on 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Blast it into the back of the net.
The language of football, direct from the goal mouth.
That is absolutely extraordinary.
The Championship Playoff Final.
Live on Talksport.
This year, the Championship playoffs have played out like we've never seen before. Nobody guessed the drama that would follow after 2 goalless draws in the first legs of the semis. Hull went to Millwall and won to book their place here at Wembley. Southampton came from behind to beat Middlesbrough, but by then we knew Saints had spied on Borough training. We knew there could be repercussions. We knew something big was going to happen. An independent panel kicked Saints out and put Middlesbrough in this final, and here we are. Is it fair? Probably not. Are the playoffs fair? Possibly not. But we love the drama and we love the occasion, whether it's right or wrong. Hull City take on Middlesbrough, binoculars at the ready. This is the Championship Playoff Final, live from Wembley on Talksport.
The full-time whistle has just gone and Hull City will take the last playoff place, and they've done it the hard way.
Our dream is Premier League.
This is what the Championship's about. Teams like Hull City struggled last season, stayed up last game of the season, and now look.
It's Balumi. Oh, what a goal! And the travelling Tigers go absolutely wild.
Listen, all season we've kind of been quite confident about our chances. We've done really well. We've had a great season.
Hull have made it through. Finished 6th, but they're in the playoff final.
When we reach the finals, it's this final game. So no matter who will be our opponent.
Next ball in. Oh! It's gone in. It's 2-1 Southampton. Shea Charles.
Southampton are not going anywhere. They're going to keep winning football matches.
The pace of it is Premier League quality. So good for Southampton.
Hey, Sarah, they're going to Wembley. Maybe.
Southampton Football Club has today been charged with a breach of EFL regulations, unauthorised filming.
It is bang out of order.
I think it's cheating a little bit.
I think they'll be making movies about it in a few years' time, because it is that ridiculous.
If someone makes decisions to go and try to cheat, that's clear. And it will be interesting to see what happens with that.
Southampton have been expelled from Saturday's Championship Playoff Final. Instead, Middlesbrough have been reinstated.
That sends a message out to the world of football. Don't be cheating in the game.
Nice, quiet build-up to this one. Good afternoon, I'm Adrian Durham. This is Talksport. It's Bank Holiday weekend. Late May, it's a heatwave, of course, and Talksport at all 3 playoff finals here at Wembley this weekend. Salford Notts County for promotion from League 2 on Monday. Tomorrow, Stockport against Bolton to go up from League 1. And today, it's the big one, the prize, the Premier League, the participants. Middlesbrough, who spent more days in the top 2 of the Championship than any other team this season, including champions Coventry, take on Hull City, who scraped into 6th place on the final day. We've got with us pitch side here at Wembley a man who won the playoffs as a player with Palace, and 21 years ago West Ham he won the playoffs as manager of the Hammers. You finished 6th that season as well, didn't you?
We did, yeah.
Alan Pardew.
Yeah, no, the first year we was 3rd, and perhaps should have gone up in the final, but got beat by Palace, ironically. But it was better for us because we had a young team. And we really started coming good and got a bit of momentum, got 6th place and then went on to win it.
Yeah, so the message to Hull City is you can win it from 6th place. And also with us is a man who loves the playoffs so much. He was in the away end with Crew fans when they won at Doncaster in the semi-final a couple of years ago. Dean Ashton, you all right?
Yes, and I was here as well when they played Crawley and lost. But what an occasion. Always very special to be here for the play. I'm so glad, despite everything that's happened, that we've got this. I think still, the whole football community deserve this match. The drama that it brings, the riches that are at the end of it, both for the club and for the players, is what makes it so special for me. Very different to any other final you would expect, that kind of one-off trophy final. This is very different. This changes people's careers with one match.
Yeah, it changes lives as well. And another thing I love about this final is that half the stadium is for one team, the other half is for the other team. It's one of the greatest football days of the calendar. We've also got a gigantic replica of the playoff trophy behind. It's bigger than Dean Ashton's guns, which is saying something. Look, the backdrop is Spygate. Southampton manager Tonda Eckert found by the EFL Independent Commission to have authorised spying. Saints admitted to 3 incidents. Doesn't mean they were the only incidents. Junior staff pressurised into spying on training sessions. It was seen to be a deliberate, organised attempt to obtain a competitive advantage in breach of fundamental principles of sporting integrity and good faith. This is the statement from the EFL. Football depends on public trust. Supporters, clubs, players and stakeholders must have confidence that competitions are conducted on a level playing field. Cheating will not be tolerated. They described, Alan, the sanctions as severe but necessary. That was from the panel itself. So is this the right outcome? Is it right that Middlesbrough are here playing this final today?
It's a very difficult question in lots of ways, because I think when you look at what Southampton were looking like they was doing for a number of the games in the season, not just that playoff game, spying on other clubs, and that can only really come from the manager. I find it astonishing, really, that you would actually get much advantage. I mean, if someone was going to give me a videotape of another team training and I could verbally hear what was being said, okay, that would make some use to me. But a visual shot of the team, okay, you might know what the team is set up. You might see 1 or 2 things in the set plays. But usually it's, what the manager's saying on that training pitch that would give another coach an advantage. So what they were getting out of it was like 1%, and they've lost 100% and a lot of money and a lot of bad feeling towards that football club from their own supporters and their own players. Those own players, and Dino would probably tell you, we know that their wage packet could go up 150%. Forget 100%, might go up 200% if you're a Premier League player. So all those contracts are now null and void. And obviously we've got this different fixture here today where Middlesbrough, who have been beaten, have now had to kind of regroup with not a lot of training, and it's red hot down here. That might be a factor today. So it's not been ideal for Middlesbrough, but a second chance. So a lot of jeopardy in the game too. Yeah, there is. And Dean, we're hearing, just breaking today, that Hull City are apparently considering legal action if they lose this game today. So have they got a complaint? Because they didn't know their opponents until after the opponents knew it was Hull City, if you see what I mean. So they've had less time to prepare.
I don't think that's as big of an issue as maybe they would make out. During the season you have 2 or 3 days to turn around a fixture. You can't tell me that they haven't already been doing loads of research on both the sides that were in the playoffs, Middlesbrough and Southampton. That would have already been going on for a couple of weeks.
Absolutely true.
Before you know the outcome of the semi-final. But I would say the one thing I would say for Hull is, for them, they'll be looking and going, how are Middlesbrough given the opportunity to take Premier League football away from us when they got beat? They went out on the pitch, as Alan just said there, 1% possibly, but still, being a player, once you're out there, those games were those games. That's how it turned out. Those little tiny details, I don't think, can make the biggest difference over two legs. So for Hull, you'd be thinking, how is this fair? How is a team that's lost got the opportunity to take Premier League football away from us?
Hopefully we'll be speaking to the Hull City owner in the build-up to the game. Kick-off is at 3:30. It's also emerged, Alan Pardew, that one of the independent panel that expelled Southampton and reinstated Middlesbrough is a lawyer who played for Middlesbrough 33 years ago. Now, Dave Winnie played 1 game on loan at Middlesbrough. Nobody's really objected to this. Nobody's said anything about it, but it's only just emerged in the last 24 hours or so. So he says that, listen, it's got nothing to do with it. 1 game 33 years ago. Would you agree with that?
Listening to his statement he's put out, I think he's obviously very passionate about how independent he is, and it was a long time ago, etc., etc. It just seemed like an easy fit not to have him on the panel. Why not? You've got a guy who's played for Middlesbrough. You can see, we can all sense there might be a connection there. Even if there wasn't, why have it? Why not just remove him and have another somebody else do it. I don't understand that, really.
No, because you leave yourself open then to the criticism and to being questioned about the decision. I'm sure he's somebody that takes his role very, very seriously and works with integrity. But as soon as you plant that seed, people can't forget that, and they won't very quickly. And as that kind of spreads that news that you just sort of said, that won't sit well with people.
Yeah, particularly Southampton fans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Southampton fans, as you said earlier, are not happy with their own club more than anything else, to be fair. Very, very quickly, what's your hunch on the game?
I think, for me, Hull are favourites, because I think just the preparation has been easier for them.
I just think Middlesbrough are the possession team in this final, and we can feel how hot it is at this time. It's only going to get hotter in another hour or so. I think that is going to be key.
Yeah, Hayden Hackney, we believe, back for Borough, but as I said on the previous show, I've been in the Middlesbrough dressing room. His boots are out. Now, sometimes your kit's out and you won't necessarily play. His boots are out, which suggests he is going to play. Is that right? Well, Tommy Conway's
tremendous detective work.
I've been spying. Yeah. Tommy Conway's kit is out, but his boots aren't out. Now, we know he's injured because he's out of the World Cup. But Hayden Hackney's boots being out kind of gives it away. We'll get the team news very shortly. The kickoff is at 3:30. Let's head out onto Wembley Way, where the fans are starting to head towards the stadium. Talksport's Angelina Kelly is with some of those fans right now. Angelina.
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, I am here on Wembley Way, and it is an absolute scorcher. I hope that you've got your facts of 50 on, but I've got a Hull City fan here with me, Tom. Tom, bit of a stressful week coming into this game. How's it been?
It's been very, very stressful. Southampton, Middlesbrough, honestly, we don't care. We're gonna come today to Wembley. We're here, we're ready for it, and yeah, look, like I say, crazy week, but looking forward to it.
There are a few people saying that Hull should have maybe just got an automatic promotion to the Premier League, which I'm sure would have been less stressful, but having a day at Wembley, it's important to be here.
Look, I was saying to someone that I would actually prefer the day at Wembley over, being just straight up promoted. The experience coming here, seeing the boys play, and then obviously getting the win at Wembley would just be such a massive thing for the club. It's I can't even put into words. It's mad.
And when you think about the journey that Hull have been on, last season almost relegated, the transfer bans, etc., did you ever dream that you'd be here today?
Absolutely not. Staying up on goal difference. I remember last season at Fratton Park, we stayed up and, we got hit with the transfer embargo. Everything was looking like, we was going to go down. Sheffield Wednesday got hit with exactly the same thing. They finished bottom of the table. And here we are at Wembley right now, just absolutely ready for it. It's mad. It's crazy.
And are you confident that despite all of the drama building up to this, that your team will be ready and will be performing at the best of their ability to get this win?
100%. I mean, the squad that we have, the experience, the players, just an unbelievable team with a great manager that hasn't had much experience in the league. He's come here and he's had an absolute blinder of a season. And, we've got one more game today. We've got to get the job done.
And you've got a great owner as well, a friend of Talksport. We have him on a few shows. I'm sure he'll be very excited today.
Yeah, do you know what? We saw him at Box Park earlier. He was absolutely loving it. All the Taker flags were out.
We are well, we will hopefully hear from the Hull owner very shortly. He won't be happy that Borough fans, as we understand it, have put in a window on the Hull City team bus close to Wembley. No players were on board at the time. More on that as we get it. And look, you don't need me to tell you, it's hot today. It's hot everywhere. But you'll often hear people like me at Wembley say on your radio it feels hotter pitch level. And that's because it is. There's a hotter microclimate down here because the sun has been directly above the pitch, blazing down from midday and before. The stands in this bowl of a stadium, they're so high, there's no breeze at all coming through the stadium. The pitch is hybrid and actually soaks up heat and then re-radiates it. Thanks, pitch. That makes it hotter down here. And since 2015, by the way, that heat has been a problem. Every championship playoff final, bar one, has been decided by a one-goal margin or by penalties. So it'll be hot, it'll be tight, and we know that it'll be controversial today. And what about this for a stat? 5 of the last 7 playoff winners are still in the Premier League. Sunderland, Forest, Brentford, Fulham, and the Europa League winners Aston Villa all won this playoff final to secure promotion to the Premier League. All stayed in the Premier League to establish themselves with the elites. Borough, Hull, one of them's going up, the playoff final, coming up live on Talksport.
EFL Live on Talksport with McDonald's. The Big Arch is here to stay at McDonald's with its very own delicious sauce. Available from 11 a.m, subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Paris Pizzeria. Your blind date is already at the table, and there she is. Cousin Brenda, what are you doing here? You're married anyway.
Substitution brought to you by Paddy Power. Cousin Brenda makes way for Beth, the office crush.
Oh, get in. You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+, gambleware.org.
After months of thrilling, unpredictable and electrifying Premier League drama, we enter a gripping finale on the final day.
The world is tuned in for this one.
Watch all 10 final day matches this Sunday with a flexible Now membership.
It was absolutely box office.
So why not? Head to nowtv.com for every game of the Premier League final day. 18+, UK only. Broadband 2.5 megabytes per second required.
At Sky Vegas, it all starts with a spin. And when you join us, you'll get 50 of them for free. Plus an extra 200 spins when you deposit and spend £10. So you can spin the slots, play our jackpots, and bring our exclusive games to life. Download the Sky Vegas app and enjoy a welcome on us. New customers only. Opt-in required. £10 stake and deposit requirement must be bet within 30 days of opt-in. Eligibility restrictions and further T's and C's apply. 18+, gambleware.org.
Spring's here and it's time to get on top of things. And we're not talking about spring cleaning the house. Let's see. The biggest range of cars to buy entirely online? Check. 3-month warranty included? Sorted. And faff-free servicing from £129.95 at over 100 locations? Absolutely cinched it. Everything you need and not a feather duster in sight. To buy or service your car, search Cinch. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range claim. Terms and exclusions apply.
At B&Q, get 20% off outdoor plants in-store and 20% off selected outdoor living. You can do it. Offer ends 1st of June. For full T's and C's, see DIY.com.
We're into the thick of the season now, and so's Coral's Reward Shaker, with even bigger rewards and offers. The half and half scarfers, shaking decisively for once. They backed a super boost. Next to them, the Prawn Sandwich Brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win bigger guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18+, UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Reward restrictions and T's and C's apply. Gambleware.org.
Captivating coverage.
What a hit! The Championship Playoff Final.
Live on Talksport.
It's hot and sweaty at Wembley Stadium. I'm Adrian Durham, Alan Pardew and Dean Ashton with us for the build-up pitch side at Wembley for the Championship Playoff Final. One of the greatest days on the football calendar. This one is full of controversy as Hull take on Middlesbrough. It is time now to look at the lineup with McDonald's.
EFL preview on Talksport with McDonald's. The Big Arch is here to stay at McDonald's with its very own delicious sauce. Available from 11 a.m, subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Well, we're pitch side. Let's head up to the commentary box with the team news for this playoff final. It's Sam Matterface.
It's one change apiece from the second legs of the semi-finals. The big news is Hayden Hackney does not start for Middlesbrough, but he is available. For Hull City, it's pretty much as we expected. Liam Miller and Mohamed Baloumi aren't 100% fit, but this is the day you take a risk and both do start. Baloumi scored and assisted in the semi-final against Millwall, and with Carl Joseph picking up an ankle injury, they had really to take that risk. McBurney might not be in the Scotland squad, but he is looking to add to his 18 goals. He starts up front. It's Pardew in goal, Ajayi, Egan and Hughes the back three. Coyle captains the team. Slater, Crooks and Giles make up the midfield quartet. Coyle and Giles will play as wing-backs. Baloumi and Miller start behind McBurney in attack. As far as Middlesbrough are concerned, top scorer Tommy Conway is out. He's had ankle surgery. Hayden Hackney, red car, born and bred, is back on the bench. It means he could feature for the first time since March the 14th. He's the Championship Player of the Season. David Strelets has finished the season pretty well, 3 goals and an assist in his last 6. So they make one change. Bryn is the goalkeeper. Ayling, Fry and Melander are the back 3. Brittam, Morris and Brown in midfield with Matt Targett at left wing back. and then Riley McGree just playing a little bit further on alongside Morgan Whittaker and David Strelets in attack. We're underway at 3:30 for this Championship playoff final for the right to play in the Premier League.
Well, let's discuss that team news. And Alan Pardew, Hayden Hackney back, but only on the bench. But losing Tommy Conway is a big, big blow for Middlesbrough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, it'd be interesting to see, what they're going to offer today. How are they going to set up? The game is so evenly poised. It's interesting that the main man's on the bench. When is he going to come on? There'll be that pressure that the manager will be under.
Does that tell you he's not fully fit, clearly, if he's not
He
starting?
probably hasn't done enough training sessions. So,
Well, that's Conor Eckhart, but go on.
Yeah, but, sometimes when you've got a great player who could come on and impact the game. I remember when I had at West Ham, we had Yossi Benayoun, and sometimes I would leave him on the bench just to give him that last 25 minutes when no one could get near him. He was so fresh, so maybe that's a tactic he might use today.
He was a finisher. He was the first ever finisher. They've got substitute finishers, aren't they?
Well,
was Yossi Benayoun?
We didn't call them finishers in them days because that psychological term wasn't invented. They were just substitutes. But yeah, now finishers. Yeah.
Modern football language. Yeah. For Hull City, expect Miller and Bellumi to be occupying the wing-backs, really, trying to push them back out wide. But Ollie McBurney is the key. He's been brilliant this season, Dean Ashton.
Yeah, and I think, they got it defensively right against Millwall, which I think is going to have to be a big point of how they start this game, because Middlesbrough are notoriously fast starters. But you're right, McBurney leading the line, not just somebody that's a big lump that you can just whack it towards. Actually, if you get it into him, he's good with his back to goal. He's happy to run in behind as well. And they're going to need to be at their best going forwards, because I think Middlesbrough are going to have the bulk of possession, and it's going to be those three forward players. Gelhardt a little unlucky not to start as well, but it's going to be those three that are going to have to cause Middlesbrough problems on the counter-attack. Yeah, listen, the teams. We'll discuss it a little bit more between now and kick-off. That was thanks to McDonald's.
EFL preview on Talksport with McDonald's. The Big Arch is here to stay at McDonald's with its very own delicious sauce. Available from 11 a.m, subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Well, we're pitch side here at Wembley. There's some kids who've been playing on the pitch. What a privilege that is for them. I'm not even sure, Dean Ashton, you didn't play here, did you, at Wembley?
I unused sub for England, so I've warmed up.
You've warmed up on the pitch, that's
yes.
Great. Yeah, well done, mate. Yeah. Have you got a picture?
No, didn't bother.
Okay. These kids have done more than you.
They have. They've actually played the game.
They've had a better career than you. I'm joking. I'm absolutely
brutal.
Joking. Just up the way from us here, pitch side at Wembley, it's our chief football correspondent, Alex Crook, who's with a couple of Borough legends.
Thanks, Adrian. I'm down in the tunnel with two Middlesbrough legends, two members of the team that won the League Cup final back in 2004, Mark Schwarzer and George Boateng. How are you feeling ahead of this big Wembley showpiece this afternoon, Mark?
Excited. It's an amazing occasion here at Wembley Stadium. Every time there's an event here, it's special. I was fortunate enough to play at the old Wembley, never at the new one, but I've been down pitch side of the new one. It's impressive, and I'm excited for the players, because we all know what these big occasions are like. Finals, playoffs. I didn't play in a playoff final, but finals themselves are massive.
And I mentioned there Cardiff 2004. It does mean that Middlesbrough have actually never won a game here at Wembley. I don't know if you were aware of that, George, but can that run end today?
No, but that's simple, because Mark and me never played at that time then. If we played for Borough at that time at Wembley, we probably would have won it.
Well, I played once at the old Wembley. We drew.
With Middlesbrough?
Yeah, with Middlesbrough. League Cup final against Leicester City. So we took 1-0 lead in extra time. Ravanelli scored. And then Emil Heskey scored about 3 minutes to play. And in those days, I went to a replay. So I still haven't lost here.
Okay. That's a good record. So that's a good start for Middlesbrough, right? But yeah, it's a brilliant occasion. And if you are a footballer, you want to be playing matches like this. You want to make a name for yourself in the game. You train and play all year for games like this, really, and you want to test yourself against the best moments where everything is at stake. And this is where the boy dreams comes in. You want to be waking up and in the morning and thinking, like, we did it. I scored the winning goal, or the penalty, or I was part of that team that won at Wembley 2026. This is what it's about.
There's always a lot of scrutiny on these games. Obviously, it's worth so much financially for the clubs involved. It's the 40th anniversary of the playoffs as well. This one is extraordinary because obviously Middlesbrough have lost a semi-final. Southampton have been expelled. From a player's perspective, What would they have been going through the last couple of weeks? Would they have been training at full pelt? Would they have had a bit of time off? Or mentally already checked out for their summer holidays, potentially?
I think initially after the defeat to Southampton, being knocked out, I think there would have been a massive down. Would sort of like spiral in terms of their energy levels and also disappointment because of that result. But then obviously it gets boosted again because you, as players and as we all know and the outside is that things have been brewing for a number of days now, and we all knew that it was going to come to a head at some stage. So the players then had to quickly, I think, refocus and get back to training and prep as if they're going to play the game and see what happens with the inquiry. Look, I personally think there had to be some sort of sanctions. I believe that it's probably for the integrity of the game. I think it's the right decision. And now it's an opportunity for these two clubs to fight it out for the right to be in the Premier League next season, which is, I think, what's really special about today's event is that one-off game, this audience, this amazing stadium, and what's on the line.
And if Borough are to prevail today and in that Wembley hoodoo, who's your idea of the key player in their team?
Well, obviously, Hayden Hackney is a very important part of the squad. He's their leader in the style they play, and in terms of attacking and also stopping the opposition. So he will play a big part. But I think also Ayling has done well in the back line for Borough, which is a testimony to himself, somebody who is very experienced. But one thing I wanted to say was that I think the hardest bit for the players is knowing who you're going to play against. That particular question for Hull City, because are you preparing against Southampton? It will be totally different to as if you're preparing against Middlesbrough. But also individually, if I know I'm playing against a particular type of a midfielder, I will prepare differently. My mindset is different. And if I'm preparing against a midfielder of Middlesbrough, it will also be totally different. So I think that would have been probably the most difficult part for both sets of teams. But now that it's settled, it's just you have to switch on and be ready and make sure you execute the game plan.
Thanks both for joining us. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Cheers.
Very, very interesting from George Boateng and Mark Schwartz, pitchside with Talksport's chief football correspondent Alex Crook. Players getting ready to come out and warm up. Some cones are out there, the balls are out as well. We are getting closer and closer to a 3:30 kickoff in the Championship playoff final. Hull City taking on Middlesbrough. You're listening to EFL Live on Talksport with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus. Fees apply to delivery orders, subject to availability. Price may vary.
I'll now hand you over to my best man, Eddie. Wow, wow, wow. Second time's a charm, eh, Billy boy?
Oh, God. Substitution, courtesy of Paddy Power. Embarrassing Eddie makes way for sensible Samuel.
Cool, that was close. You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
It's in our DNA. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. First World Cup outright bet only qualifies. Free bets capped at £80. Free bet stakes not included in any winnings. Free bets must be claimed within 14 days.
Unexpected item in bagging area. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have somewhere you needed to be? Just pick that item back up and give it another scan. Unexpected item in bagging area. Nope. Try again. And would you look at that? There's quite a queue building up behind you.
When you're done with slow checkouts, get straight to the good bit. 12. 0 to chocolatey in milliseconds.
OK, who's all in for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life?
We're doing Pretty Muddy.
It's an obstacle course.
There's one for kids.
Runners.
Walkers.
Book clubbers.
Nick clubbers.
10-pin bowlers.
Choir singers.
Lake swimmers.
Gardeners.
Whether you climb it,
slide it,
or crawl it.
Go all in against cancer.
All in to help fund life-saving research. Sign up now and save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy event. Search Race for Life. Discount ends May 24th, 2026. T's and C's apply.
Welcome to Paris Pizzeria. Your blind date is already at the table, and there she is. Cousin Brenda, what are you doing here? You're married anyway.
Substitution brought to you by Paddy Power. Cousin Brenda makes way for Beth, the office crush.
Oh, get in. You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
There's always a risk involved in supporting your team. Will they win or lose? How you watch can also be a game of winning and losing. Research shows that almost 2 in 5 people who stream content illegally have suffered financial loss, losing £1,680 on average. Illegal streams can also leave your devices, your data, and your identity wide open to fraudsters. To truly enjoy the sport you love, watch without risk. Choose official sources. Find out more at BeStreamwise.com.
With Betfred, when you bet £10, you get £50 in free bets. So, want to back your new striker to score the first goal? Your midfield maestro to get the assist? Want to say there'll be a header? Want to see their striker caught offside? He was born offside. Want to predict the final score? Or both teams to score? Want to get involved for 90 minutes? Want to nick it in extra time? Want to bet £10 and get £50 in free bets? Want to bet? Betfred. New online customers only. 5 £10 free bets. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
High octane football coverage.
That's it! The Championship Playoff Final.
Live on Talksport.
And Talksport is pitchside at Wembley on scorching day as the fans start to fill this stadium. This is one of the biggest games, my favourite day of the football calendar. It's the Championship Playoff Final day. Hull taking on Middlesbrough. It's not the only game today, though. We're going to find out who's going to be in the WSL next season. It's Charlton against Leicester in the Women's Super League Playoff. But it's not all over yet. Ian Abrahams.
Full-time, Charlton 0, Leicester 0, a game which I'm sure has been affected by the scorching heat down here in South East London, about 20 miles away from you, Adrian. And basically 2 chances for Leicester. O'Brien in the first half, deflected shot. Ashton Neville header in the second. Well saved by Whitehouse in the Charlton goal. That apart, it was an utterly forgettable 90 minutes. Extra time and penalties await before deciding who plays in the WSL. Live on Talksport 2, Charlton 0, Leicester 0.
Keep you updated with that. And by the way, whoever decided to start that game in the midday sun, honestly, think again. Listen, it's a big game north of the border. Scottish Cup final, Celtic against Dunfermline. The champions, big favourites as O'Neill reunites with Lennon. It's Premiership against Championship. Celtic Dunfermline kicks off at 3. And watching for Talksport at Hampden Park. Paul Mitchell.
There was so many great stories, as you mentioned. Neil Lennon, former Celtic Cup winning captain, against Martin O'Neill, who of course secured the title for Celtic last week against Hearts. 1 week later, and it's the chance to do the Scottish Cup double. From a Celtic perspective, one change from the side that started against Hearts, changed Forrest for Sebastian Tinekti. So we Sinisalo in goal with Johnston, Trusty, Scales and Tierney, McGregor and Engels, Yang, Negron and Forrest. And Dazim Maida, who wants a move to the English Premier League. He's captured himself on goal scoring form again. He's been stunning over the last month or so, and he'll be a real danger for Championship side Dunfermline today. They're playing in their 6th Scottish Cup final, and it's the 5th time they'll have faced Glasgow Celtic. Aston Oxborough returns to goal. There's 3 Todds in the Dunfermline lineup: John Todd, Chicola Mullen and Ngwengwa, the back 3. There'll be Morrison, Oakley Boone, Abdullah, Gilmore, Fraser and Matty Todd and Andrew Todd. For Celtic, they won 6 of the last 10 Scottish Cup finals, and the last time they played together in the Scottish Cup final, 2007, and it was the player called Jean-Jo Perrier-Doumbé, who's one of the longest goal scorers ever in a Scottish Cup, made his debut in the final, scored in the final, and he's fondly remembered. Jock Stein is of course another link between these two. He was the manager when Dunfermline beat Celtic back in 1962 to lift the cup. Dunfermline have won it twice, 1968 the other time. Could be history in the making today. Celtic start favourites, but never ever rule out a Neil Lennon side.
Yeah, well said, Monopars, and penalty to Celtic. It's bound to happen, penalty to Celtic at some point, isn't it? Let's see what happens. That kicks off at 3. Keep you updated on Talksport, but let's focus on matters back here at Wembley. Our chief football correspondent, Alex Crook, is with us. Hull City, there may be more legal action to come, Alex.
Yeah, we're hoping to hear from their owner, Achuna Lakali, between now and kick-off. Hopefully about 10 to 3 he's going to join us in the tunnel. But he has said in other interview this morning that if they lose today, Hull City, then his lawyers believe they have a case for the result to be overthrown and for Hull to be promoted to the Premier League. I'm sure that would be a nightmare scenario as far as the EFL are concerned. And on that subject, I have been speaking to the EFL chairman, Rick Parry, and obviously asked him about Southampton's expulsion from the playoffs.
It's just a time for cool heads. You know, the headlines that irritate are EFL in crisis. We weren't in crisis. We were dealing with this calmly, methodically. When you get a difficult situation like this, I think we revert to three principles. Do the right thing, one step at a time. You can't put a price on integrity. Failure to act is often the biggest failure of all. And if those principles guide you without fearing where you're going to end up, then you probably end up in the right place. So been testing, been challenging. The whole of the EFL executive have done a great job. Grateful for the support and understanding of Wembley, the teams involved, because you don't want uncertainty leading up to a game like this, but deal with it and move on.
Are you satisfied we have got the right outcome?
Listen, it's an independent panel, okay? That's really important. I think everybody probably knows that. I think anybody who reads the decision will see that the panel did an outstanding job. They convened quickly, again, in difficult circumstances, but read the logic, read the decision, read it, how they've got to the conclusion that they have. Hard to quarrel.
And are you confident whatever happens today, whoever wins this game will be in the Premier League next season? That will be definitive, be it Hull or Middlesbrough?
I hope so. But yes, of course, because we have to move on. You know, the season has to finish. Players are going off to the World Cup on Monday. We all need clarity now, and we all need certainty. And you know what we have a habit of doing in football. All the precedents say that, however frustrating it can be at times, you tend to look at punishments prospectively. If you had to unravel the whole of the previous season's league table, you'd never get a competition finished. So that is always a guiding principle. Punishments happen forwards, not backwards.
And just finally on this subject, would it be easier moving forward, now we have this precedent, if there was something in the rules about a definitive punishment so that everybody is clear, there's no grey areas? If you're guilty of observing opposition training sessions, this is the punishment.
I think the precedent is fairly clear now, and the challenge with that is there will always be different circumstances. There are always, you know, everybody on social media wants us to think in black and white. The reality is we have to work with a palette of grey. You can't cope with every eventuality. There might be minor cases, there might be serious cases. This is a pretty clear precedent. I don't think too many teams will be spying on training going forwards.
Terrific interview, Alex Crook, and I thought he told you a lot there, Rick Parry, but he seems to think that's the end of the matter, and Hull City possibly may take it further. This isn't all over. You're going to have to carry on working after today, aren't you?
I never stop. But you're right, as I say, I think probably, he won't say it publicly, but I think if Hull City go up this afternoon, that will definitely be a line drawn under the matter. That probably is the best result for the EFL. If they don't, and as we've been hearing from Achuna Likali, we broke that exclusively in midweek, that Hull were consulting lawyers. I don't think this story ends today, and I've got to say it's a really messy situation. I think the Independent Commission and the EFL have dealt with it in the best way they can. Let's not forget who the villains are in this piece. It's not Middlesbrough, it's not Hull, it's Southampton. They brought the club into disrepute, and they brought our game into disrepute, in my opinion.
Yeah, and some of the details of what they did, I mean, if you haven't read them, please do, because it's extraordinary. It involves, doesn't it, Alex, dressing up as Eastleigh players, is that right?
Yeah, that was the most incredible revelation, that when Ipswich were using Eastleigh's ground as a training base in order to get people in to observe training, they took the extreme lengths in Hampton of getting some of their analysts to dress up in Eastleigh kit, so they blended into the background. I mean, that is it's quite sinister in some ways. And then you hear about the fact the young analyst who's been named and shamed publicly, that he was effectively bullied by senior management into carrying out these spying missions. I think there's a lot of people at that football club who don't come out of this in a very good light.
Somebody mentioned earlier, they will make a film of it. I'm hoping you get a cameo, Alex Crook. There's got to be one in there for you. Alan Pardew, it is extraordinary. Just want to go back to something that was mentioned before about Middlesbrough and their preparations. They were out, they were done. So from a managerial point of view, would they have completely dropped off? Once they were knocked out, would there have been a complete drop-off?
Well, the one thing that interests me is what went on after that semi-final defeat. Because in my experience, when you lose a semi-final or lose a final, there's repercussions in the dressing room. There's a few fingers pointed. There's a few players who are going to fall out big time. And that gets repaired maybe over the summer holiday. But they've had to repair that in 3 days, or the manager has. You know, can you imagine there's been some harsh words in that dressing room when they got beat. So all of that, the lack of training, the lack of kind of preparation, the sports scientist will be pulling his hair out because he wants to do more work. What you're trying to do as the coach is trying to find a balance psychologically for them. Because this game, let me tell you, is a pressurised game. And I've seen teams playing this game and not turn up. And that's an interesting phrase, not turn up. What that means is the opposition have done a tactical job on them and the pressure has got to them and they haven't been able to express themselves. They've just been functional. And I hope that doesn't happen to one of the teams today, because I think these have got the ingredients for that to happen.
From a player's point of view, Dean, once those Borough players, listen, we all know players, you were recently a player. As soon as the season is done, they are thinking about beaches and holidays and what have you. So those players, yeah, they'll be gutted that they lost that playoff semi-final, but the mindset I'm talking about would be, that's the season over, let's take a break, then come back bigger and stronger next season. So is it easy to get out of that mode?
I think it is for this. I think it's quite a unique situation for them as players. Not as the season finishes. We're thinking about holidays in April and where we're going to go. It's ready. The jet is on the tarmac, waiting to go when that final whistle is done.
And as a manager, you know, because the gym gets very busy around February as all the guns are getting prepped.
Exactly. So players are thinking, and also, you know, I'm thinking of some of the top players that Middlesbrough have got: Whittaker, Morris, Hackney. Were they onto their agent straight away? Look, we haven't had the chance to go up. I need to be playing in the Premier League. What's my options now? Those sort of conversations would have been going on straight away. But all of a sudden, what an opportunity. The lift it would have given everybody. They'd have all bounced back into training, no issues whatsoever. It's just, as Alan said, whether those days off and that mixed preparation could affect them.
Well, Hayden Hackney, I think all the fans were thinking that he played his last game because he was out injured. They thought he played his last game for Borough, and indeed at the end of that semi-final second leg that they lost at Southampton, he was there, he was just watching the game, he wasn't involved, but he went over to the fans and there was a big love in between him and the Middlesbrough fans because they appreciate what he's done for the club, and he stayed out there the longest. This was a player who thought, that's it, I'm done at Middlesbrough, and he's on the bench here today.
Incredible, yeah, incredible. But I think because he's that Borough lad, I think it's actually now what a better way it would be to really sign out if it was to be in this manner. Because I think even if they get promoted, there'll still be teams looking at him. This is the EFL Player of the Season. He is an outstanding talent, but maybe that chance to get promoted with Middlesbrough as that sort of homegrown boy is something he would never have dreamt of as soon as that final also went.
I just want to talk about the players because I think it's an interesting thing today. Can you imagine if you're a Southampton player today? Where are you? You can't watch this game, Dean, could you? I couldn't bring myself to watch it. You know, when they thought they was there, they celebrated, and then this is all gone against them. And interesting that chat with Crookie, with Rick Parry. Rick Parry thinking, we've got it all sorted, everything's hunky-dory. Of course it's not. Hull are not going to let this go if they lose this game. So there's still loads of sort of stories around this game. For us today, I think it'll be a great occasion because I think the teams are well matched. So I think we got a great game in store.
I would have sympathy for the Southampton players, but then the captain, Taylor Harwood-Bellis, puts his hands to his eyes, mocking the binoculars in celebration of the winning goal. But even worse than that, Alan, he comes out afterwards and says, I didn't realise it was that serious. Come on now. He's the captain. He's the captain.
There's always sort of young people who let themselves down in situations, and unfortunately he probably did, and he probably regrets it, really deeply. But the bottom line is, and Dino, I tell you, the dressing room is full of all different characters. There's, I'm sure, a lot of that squad are proper good pros, probably had no idea that was going on, so who knows? So I feel for them today, I really do, for the Southampton players and their fans.
Well, his father-in-law is Roy Keane. What do you think Roy made of it?
Well, with his principles and morals, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been too happy, would he?
He wouldn't be getting roast dinner this Sunday, that's for sure.
Not at all. No. He wasn't happy with some of the celebrations, was he? The players came out.
Roy's never happy.
The Michael Jackson glove, I don't think he was happy with. But it's like Alice said, I'm sure he regrets it. I genuinely think the players didn't know. I think Tonda Eckhart is obsessed with detail. Completely and utterly obsessed with detail.
Well, there's that interview, isn't it?
That's driven him and his staff to be like this way and blinkered to anything else.
I agree. I think he thought it was the only way he could show I'm a brilliant manager, and he went ahead and did it. But there's an interview that Flynn Downs did much earlier in the season where he said what the manager does in terms of detail is amazing. He knows the opposition inside. All of that stuff came out afterwards. It's very players say this stuff all the time, and now we know the real reason why he knew the detail of the opposition. Listen, the stadium's starting to fill up here at Wembley. Let's head back out onto Wembley Way. We'll hear from some more fans. Talksport's Angelina Kelly's there for us.
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, here on Wembley Way in a sea of red and orange shirts. But I've got some Middlesbrough fans here with me. We've got a mother and son duo. What are your names?
Kerry.
Flynn.
Now, Kerry, has this been a little bit of a stressful week for Middlesbrough fans?
Well, it was just funny, isn't it? Because, we never expected this to happen at all. So it's been a bit exciting, if I'm quite honest. Not stressful, because we just didn't expect it. We never thought there'd be that harsh penalties put on Southampton, so just excited.
Yeah. And, you've got a game at Wembley, the chance to get into the Premier League. It's exciting stuff, isn't it?
It is. It's dreams come true. I didn't think I'd be able to go to Wembley this time last week. It's my first time coming here, so I am really excited. It's going to be a good game.
And was it a bit stressful figuring out how you were going to get here, considering you didn't find out till Tuesday?
Yes. I'm Middlesbrough born and bred, but we actually live in the northwest. So it was like, do we drive? And we didn't want the stress. My nephew's still stuck on a bus, so we're meant to be meeting him. We don't know where to meet him. So I think it's been a bit stressful in transport-wise, but the train was perfect. So we're happy about our decision there, aren't we?
And I guess, is there a part of you that's maybe looking at Rob Edwards, left you guys, abandoned you with Wolves, now could be going into the Championship and you're going into the Premiership? Quite sweet, hey?
Yeah, all I've got to say for that man is goodbye. He thought the grass was greener, and he's going to find out that it's not.
And what a job your new manager has done this season.
Yeah, I can't say anything but good words for that man. Even if we don't get promoted tonight, I think we'll go up next season, because that man is a genius. He's a true genius.
Well, there you have it. Some stressed out Middlesbrough fans who have been embroiled in all of the drama this week, but the important thing is they're here at Wembley for this playoff.
Yeah, they could be relaxed. They weren't even expected to be here, were they? The Hull City players have just come out. Charlie Hughes, the defender, just coming over towards us, trying to find family in the crowd. We're kind of in the Hull City half of the stadium. There's a lot of black and amber around. It's all red and white in the other half of the stadium, which is largely in the shade, waiting for the Borough players to come out. Championship playoff final coming up on Talksport. Let's get an update though from the cricket, the women's T20 with Talksport's John Norman.
Yeah, thanks Abe. New Zealand 9 for 3 in the third over, and not for the first time. England have been brilliant with the new ball. Wicket in the first over thanks to Lauren Bell, 2 in the second. Lindsay Smith striking with her first and third deliveries. England 1-0 up with 2 to play is nice, but the real prize comes next month. The T20 World Cup on home soil. 3 overs into this match, New Zealand 11 for 3.
John, thank you very much, keeping you updated with that on Talksport. Waiting for the Borough to come out. It's such a huge day this. Hull against Middlesbrough. Winner goes to the Premier League. You're listening to EFL Live on Talksport with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. at 18 plus. Fees apply to delivery orders subject to availability and price may vary.
EFL Live on Talksport with McDonald's. The Big Arch is here to stay at McDonald's with its very own delicious sauce. Available from 11 a.m. subject to availability, price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Paris Pizzeria. Your blind date is already at the table, and there she is. Cousin Brenda, what are you doing here? You're married anyway.
Substitution brought to you by Paddy Power. Cousin Brenda makes way for Beth, the office crush.
Oh, get in. You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, Summarised.org.
OK, who's all in for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life?
We're doing Pretty Muddy.
It's an obstacle course.
There's one for kids.
Runners.
Walkers.
Book clubbers.
Nick clubbers.
10-pin bowlers.
Choir singers.
Lake swimmers.
Gardeners.
Whether you climb it,
slide it,
or crawl it.
Go all in against cancer.
All in to help fund life-saving research. Sign up now and save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy event. Search Race for Life. Discount ends May 24th, 2026. T's and C's apply.
Every sport, every season, every budget. Value starts at Sports Direct. Now with flexible ways to pay, including Fraser's Plus. Sports Direct. Sports starts here.
Sorry. All right, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. All right, mate, what did I miss? Not much. 3 goals, 2 red cards and 1 20-man brawl. Then they sacked the manager and appointed an interim.
Football moves fast, so keep up with all the latest breaking news, expert analysis and exclusive inside stories on thesun.co.uk.
Then they released a new 5th kit and launched a documentary series as well.
Keep up with every kick on thesun.co.uk.
The Meal Deal Plus is now on the McDonald's Saver menu and comes with a choice of 1 of 5 bonus sides. Bag of mayo, chicken or cheeseburger with medium fries, a selected drink and a bonus side, all for $5.59. We're talking a mini McFlurry, apple pie, 4 nuggets or even another mayo, chicken or cheeseburger on the side. Now that's Saver satisfaction. From 11 a.m, not on delivery. Includes a selected Saver menu burger, medium fries, selected medium drink and a selected bonus side. Price and participation may vary.
Tonight is Fight Night, the undisputed destination for fight fans on Talksport with Sky Vegas. Get ringside with Adam Catterall, plus a main card of big-name contenders as they weigh in on all the latest action from the fight world. Toe-to-toe debate, heavyweight analysis and hard-hitting opinion that always goes the distance. Fight Night, tonight from 9 on TalkSport with Sky Vegas. It all starts with a spin. 18 plus, Gambleaware.org.
From the touchline to the terraces.
And he pops it in.
The Championship Playoff Final.
Live on TalkSport.
Well, Middlesbrough have just come out to warm up. Their American international Aidan Morris' own little warm-up on the halfway line that he does is now rejoined the rest of the squad. What a fascinating season for Middlesbrough, Alan Pardew. Rob Edwards leaving for Wolves, and they might actually replace his Wolves side in the Premier League, who knows. But Kim Hellberg came in, and they were in the top 2 for a lot of the season, then ducked out at the end. They were struggling to convert chances, had a lot of the ball, but struggled to convert chances, and that is the reason why they didn't go up automatically.
Well, firstly, I just want to talk about Kim Hellberg because my friend is his agent, Swedish. He's Swedish, he's unbelievable. My friend says his knowledge of the game is just on another level. He's the best coach he's ever worked with, and he's worked with a few good ones. So I obviously keep a close eye on him. The way he sets his team up is good. He looks for possession-based football, but it will change the system, and he'll change it during the game if he needs to, if he feels he isn't controlling the game. That I really like about him. They will manoeuvre and try to kind of create chances, but you're right, the conversion of those chances isn't great. The conversion rate is low. I'm not exactly sure why that is, but, you know, in terms of why they're scoring and why they're not scoring, it's always a very difficult angle. But I think today they'll certainly try and create an overload in wide areas to get slidey balls across, a bit like Man City.
I think that they just haven't got the quality in forward area. I actually think Hull's got a much better forward line than Borough have got, and I think that has been the issue. You're right, the way they play is just fascinating to watch. Ayling and Melander will jump out of their centre-back positions to make a diamond between Fry and I think it's Morris. And Morris is that little genius that's just got brilliant awareness of where he is on the pitch. So they're easily able to play out against the opposition and then make their way out. And then the forward players jump out of their positions. It's so fluid in the way that they move positions and keep possession. They can pin you in. The one worry I have is in big moments during the season, in big games, they've gone missing slightly. In second halves, here and there, the big moments, and this is going to be bigger than any of them, can they hold their nerve?
Yeah, the way he plays makes him very vulnerable defensively. Sometimes their centre-back, and Dino's quite right, gets caught inverted, and therefore there's room down the sides, which Hull would easily exploit today. So Middlesbrough will be very, very careful in possession. If they turn over possession poorly, then they're going to be vulnerable.
OK, let's head back to our chief football correspondent, Alex Crook. He's got some big names alongside him, Alex.
Thanks, Adrian. I'm in the tunnel with two former Hull City players, two former playoff final winners for Hull back in 2016, Curtis Davis and David Myler. How are the nerves ahead of kick-off? A chance to get back to the promised land for your former club?
Yeah, it's a little bit all over the shop really, because obviously we've had a long association with the club. 10 years ago, as you say, we got promoted with this club. But it's a weird one because, again, I'm a broadcaster. I'm here to work today. I need to be neutral, but it's hard because when you have strong feelings for a club, you really want them to go and do it. But it's just about keeping a cap on that as much as possible while still trying to enjoy the event. But yeah, what a day, sun's out. Hull have had a fantastic season. Everything that they've done this season, the embargoes, everything has been brilliant. So to be at this stage, 190 minutes away from the Premier League is absolutely fantastic.
I spoke to somebody at the club last night and he was saying, all we got to do today is do what we've done all season, really, prove people wrong, overcome adversity. Because I think if I'd spoken to you, David, in August and said, do you fancy Hull's chances of promotion, even with your amber tinted spectacles on, you probably wouldn't have predicted this.
No, you wouldn't have. The big thing would have been, especially 12 months ago, the Portsmouth game, staying up on goal difference. If you had said top half of the table, maybe have a little squeeze or a little push towards playoffs, you'd be delighted. But to be in the situation they're in here now, playoff final, an opportunity to go back to the Premier League, everybody's absolutely buzzing. The players have been fantastic, like Kurt said, and they fully deserve to be here, and it's a great opportunity to get back there.
What about the unique circumstances that they find themselves in coming into this final? Because I know the owner, Ashton feels that maybe Hull had a case to go straight up once Southampton were thrown out there. Shouldn't be a final at all, because obviously Middlesbrough have only been preparing to face one opponent. Hull have had to completely change their game plan at short notice. What's your view on that?
Look, it's always going to be difficult with the way things have panned out over the last few days. But if you go back a month ago, Hull would have bitten your hand off for this opportunity to be in the final. So I don't think they can dwell on that too much. I understand the owner's comments. He obviously came in, 4 years ago. Obviously, he's had ambitions. He's pumped a lot of money into the club. He wants to take the club up to the Premier League. So he wants that fastest route possible. But certainly for the players, it's just business as usual. You focus on the game you have. What an opportunity. Their friends, their family will all be here. I believe there's 39,000 Hull fans in the stadium today. So you won't think too much of the previous week or so. You just focus on your own job at hand. I met a couple of the players this morning. We were out for a coffee. They've seen the good spirits, excited for the game, and they're not focusing on what's happened in the last week. Just leave the powers that be, look after that.
One of the key players in this promotion run has been Ollie McBurney. Obviously, disappointment for him not being named in Scotland's World Cup squad. Do you think that might just fire him up even more this afternoon, that snub?
I think if you know Ollie McBurney, he doesn't need any firing up. This is a chance for him, with all the doubters about him for the start of this season, to get back to the Premier League. Hull in an embargo was the best thing to happen to him, because they were looking around, they were looking for people with know-how, people with championship experience. Ollie McBurney turns up and the rest is history. What a fantastic season he's had leading this line. But it's not just about his goals or his assists, it's his character. A lot of players nowadays have got great ability, don't have character. He's got the fight in him, he's got the personality, but also this big occasion, he'll be ready for it. The slight bit of arrogance, bit of cockiness, that's what he's got, and ultimately this is an occasion for him. The Scotland thing, listen, if you're asking me, I think he should have gone, but I know there's been previous with him and Steve Clarke where he's pulled out of squads or something, so it wasn't too much of a surprise for him, but he will be buoyed on to say, listen, I'm going to get my team to the Premier League and then I'll do my talking there.
Appreciate it. Enjoy the day.
Nice one, Cookie.
Well, they're right. Ollie McBurney, great season for him. 17 goals, 8 assists in the Championship this season. I've seen him a few times. He's been brilliant, and not just that lump up front, as Dean was saying earlier. Great with his feet as well. When the Tigers fans start singing Zombie by the Cranberries, it's with Ollie McBurney's name in the middle of it. They absolutely love him. I personally think he'll be fired up by that omission from the Scotland squad. More on that to come. More from Alex Crook as well. We'll check on the teams in just a moment. We are heading up towards 3 o'clock, so half an hour to kick off on Talksport.
At Tesco, we know that right now, every little helps. That's why we've made Aldi Price Match available in over 2,000 Tesco Express stores. Price matching on essentials, so you can bag the basics with confidence. When every penny counts, just look out for the Aldi Price Match logo next time you nip into your local Express. Tesco, every little helps. Prices checked and matched in Aldi stores and online twice weekly. Pro rata excludes promotions. Selected products excludes Northern Ireland and Whoosh. See tesco.com/Aldi Price Match.
Play at MrQ.com or on the app. UK 18 plus residents only. Minimum £10 first deposit. 10p per spin. Free spins must be used within 48 hours of depositing. All winnings paid in cash. T's and C's apply. Play safely.
From the producers of Yellowstone,
welcome to Texas, honey.
Beth and Rip are back.
A legacy is a beautiful thing.
A new original series.
But only if it survives.
Family is the only thing worth fighting for.
This life here is gonna work, isn't it?
We'll make it work.
I can make this a lot harder for all y'all. Then peace will have to wait.
Dutton Ranch. Stream now only on Paramount Plus. T's and C's apply. Subscription required. 18 plus.
Welcome back to the Coral Fan Derby. They're all here. First up, the Badgered Blokes. Arms down, badges rested. Well deserved. Football fashionistas next, putting that vintage away shirt back in the wardrobe. Last out, the armchair experts, remote in hand, ready to sit this one out. They've all called a timeout with Coral's play break tool. Oh, what a decision! From play breaks to deposit limits and more. We're here for safer gambling. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus, gambleaware.org.
At B&Q, get 20% off outdoor plants in-store and 20% off selected outdoor living. You can do it. Offer ends 1st of June. For full T's and C's, see DIY.com.
Spring's here, and it's time to get on top of things. And we're not talking about spring cleaning the house. Let's see. The biggest range of cars to buy entirely online? Check. 3-month warranty included? Sorted. And faff-free servicing from £129.95 at over 100 locations? Absolutely cinched it. Everything you need, and not a feather duster in sight. To buy or service your car, search Cinch. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range claim. Terms and exclusions apply.
So, your decaf, oat milk, extra but not piping hot, 4 pumps of caramel, no sugar, small latte in a large cup. That will be 10 minutes.
No worries. I'm having fun on Play Ojo.
Keep it fun with Play Ojo's safer gambling tools, including take a break and time checks to keep track of your play.
Here's your decaf, oat milk, extra but not piping hot.
Thanks. Playtime's over. Lovely.
Feel the fun. Play Ojo.
18 plus, gamble aware.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
What a goal!
The Championship Playoff Final.
Live on Talksport.
It's a cliche, but there are 200 million reasons why this match is called the biggest in football.
He's played it back instead for Joe Gelhardt. Oh! Through Patterson and in.
I think they did brilliantly to get into the playoffs, first and foremost.
Well, focus there on playing Southampton.
And whilst the football stops there on 127 minutes, the talking certainly won't. Southampton 2, Middlesbrough 1.
I have nothing to do with the decision or punishment or what is right or wrong. I just talked about my emotions through the situation.
You know, Kim Hellberg was right. If you don't know how a team plays after 46, 47 games, why are you sending someone to spy on something?
Southampton have been expelled from Saturday's Championship playoff final.
In the last few moments, that Hull against Middlesbrough will be the Championship playoff final.
But this is the fixture. This is the headline maker.
Balumi! Oh, what a goal!
Richard Whittaker scores again! Borough on fire at the Riverside!
Hull against Middlesbrough. It's the Championship playoff final, and of course it's live on Talksport. Kick-off in half an hour. This game is so big that Drive King Darren Bent is here at Wembley today. I've just bumped into him. He's looking forward to it. Still celebrating the Gooners winning the title. Of course he is. Let's remind you the team's here at Wembley this afternoon. Here's your commentator, Sam Matterface.
Let's start with Hull City. There's no Carl Joseph. He's out. He had ankle surgery on Monday. Liam Miller and Mohamed Balumi not quite 100% fit, but do start today. As far as they are concerned, the most important thing is to get over the line and do what they believe is their destiny and get to the Premier League. They make just one change from the semi-final win at Millwall. Panda is the goalkeeper. The back three, Semi Ajayi, very experienced. John Egan falls into that bracket as well. And Charlie Hughes. The wing-back
subs are Louis Coyle, one club man. He's the captain today, and Ryan Giles, who had a couple of spells on loan at Middlesbrough. Regan Slater and Matt Crooks, who was once at Borough as well, in the middle of the park, with Balumi and Liam Miller expected to supply Ollie McBurney, who's in good form, 4 goals in his last 7 games. The bench looks like this: Phillips, Lundstrom, Hirakawa, who's just come back from injury, Drama, who's been out for ages, Hadzia Metovic, who also has had a long-term injury but is just getting back to some sort of fitness and is on the bench today, Joe Gelhardt, who often comes off and acts as the boys were talking about earlier, a finisher, Kieran Dow, Lewis Kumas and Paddy McNair, another who has worn the Middlesbrough red. The 11 that wear the Middlesbrough red today are a team that's very similar to that managed to get knocked out by Southampton in the previous game. Sol Bryn is their goalkeeper, Luke Ayling, Dale Fry and Adilson Melander at the back 3. Callum Britton and Matt Targett will play from wing back. Brown and Morris will play centrally, with Whittaker and McGree looking to create for David Strelitz, who has 8 goals this season. There's no Tommy Conway today, and Hayden Hackney is amongst those on the bench, having not played since March. Alongside him, Wildsmith, Gilbert, Silvera, Castledine, Edmondson, Hansen, Eve and Jeremy Sarmiento.
Sam, thank you very much. We've already discussed Alan Pardew and Dean Ashton, how Middlesbrough are going to play. Let's have a look at Hull City. In particular, there's one element of Hull City's season I want to focus on, and that's their XG. OK, now XG is a guide. We know that's not necessarily a science. And Hull City's XG, 3rd worst stats in the league. The 3rd worst stats for XG in the league. So are they just lucky, or has Sergei Yukirovich, Alan Pardew, come up with an XG-breaking model that others might be able to copy?
I'm not sure about that. I just think that, with Oliver McBurney, he's one of those strikers. If the cross is correct, if it's the right style of cross, he's going to win the header, So it's interesting what kind of crosses he gets. When you look at Balumi on that one side, he's so erratic. I don't know about what you think, Dean, but I wouldn't be able to read whether he's going to cross the ball or not. But he's an outstanding player, and I think he's a key today, Balumi.
Just hold on there, we'll get Dean's thoughts in a moment. Let's go down pitch side. We're back in the commentary box. Down pitch side to Talksport's Alex Crook. Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian. I've got the Hull owner, Achun Ilakali, with me. Obviously nervous on a big day here at Wembley. I know you've been mingling with the supporters at Box Park as well. How are you feeling ahead of this huge game?
Yeah, of course, it is the day of my life. I can say that in my football investments and football life, I haven't lived a day like that. I'm the father of a big family at the moment, and our fans give me the biggest energy. Today, everywhere is in black amber around here. So what can I feel more? I'm so excited, so happy. I'm living the paradise, but of course, game is the most important thing.
And I remember speaking to you at Fratton Park on the last day of last season. You were a relieved man then because Hull had stayed up on the final day. Could you have imagined then that a year later you'd have a chance, you'd be 90 minutes away from the Premier League?
Yeah, actually, in the beginning of the season, I was imagining top 10. I thought that our team was good, our coach was good, so I was imagining top 10. Nobody believed us, but I was imagining. After that, playoff was, of course, a surprise, and being in the final is a big surprise. So last year, I remember how the terrible week was that before the game. It was one game, and if you lose the league. Now, again, if we win, we win the league. So, completely opposite, of course, opposite situations. But I can say that the tension is high, but it is a positive tension. I'm having the tension of being proud. I'm having the tension of being able to come here with beautiful fans and family. I'm so proud.
I have to ask you the question, what happens if you don't win today? What happens if you lose? Because I know you've been speaking about it, we've had conversations. You feel there's a strong argument that actually this final should not be taking place because Southampton have been expelled. You should be up already.
Actually, we talked to our lawyers team, and our lawyers is advising us to just go for an appeal. I mean, now the situation is like this. They are asking, our lawyers asking one question. If what Southampton did was so incorrect and it can just make them exclude of the tournament, why when they learned it, they stopped it, that cancelled the semi-final, and then they judged it and put Wrexham in. why is Wrexham not in instead of Southampton if their guilt is so big? So, or why didn't they decide after the final? Why is everything is decided just before the final and an eliminated team? If it was this Middlesbrough game was 3-0, if Middlesbrough won the game 3-0, there was a big thing on the game that affected the game. We respect it. We respect Middlesbrough. But there is nothing wrong in this game, so they cannot put this game like a 3-0 game. They didn't decide before the semi-final that they could freeze, decide, go on. Now it comes to the final, and our opponent in the final is now eliminated. We have to be alone in the final. But now, as a team that has been eliminated fairly is brought to in front of us. I don't think that is fair. We don't think that. Our lawyers don't think that is fair. I said, all we want is justice. Nothing more. If it is the justice, we respect. But if it is not the justice, I think injustice will kill football in the world.
So just the last one on that. Have you lodged a legal complaint with the EFL, or will that happen after the game, depending on the result?
No. Actually, we don't have a right to appeal at the moment. What our lawyer said. Our lawyer team says at the moment we cannot do anything. So we are just waiting at the moment, because legally maybe we will go to the High Court, and at the moment we cannot go to the High Court. But I'm sure that England is a country of justice. I believe in English laws and justice. So whatever the justice, we want justice to happen.
Ashton, I know you're a busy man. Continue soaking up the atmosphere. Thank you for joining us, and best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you so much. If God wants, we will be in Premier League. So everything for me is destiny. I believe any kind of result, but I hope God will be with us and we go to Premier League.
There you go, that's the Hull owner, Ashton Ilikali. Back to you, Adrian.
Wow, what a mess. So he's basically saying there, just to recap, they knew before the semi-final was concluded, so why not delay that second leg, eliminate Southampton when they found out what happened, put Wrexham in Saints' place. Basically he's saying it's not fair that a team that's been eliminated from the playoffs, i.e. Middlesbrough, might stop Hull City going to the Premier League. And then those incredible words from the Hull City owner, injustice will kill football. Alan Pardew, that was pretty powerful stuff.
Yeah, I think you can see where, his emotions are. He's going to play this game out today. And God willing, he's hoping his team wins. And then if that doesn't occur, if Middlesbrough win the game, there will be court action. There was no grey area there, was there? I think it was pretty black and white. So, that's a big problem. I don't think Rick Barry would have liked to have heard that interview. I'm sure if he has, he'll be sweating in his director's seat.
Even more than he would normally in this seat. I think Rick Parry might be thinking after this weekend of playoff, actually, he's on holiday. I don't think he's going to be Dean Ashton, is he?
No, he's going to be like the Borough players. He'll be back. Put the flight on hold. Look, really strong words from the owner. You can see exactly, I think, the mindset of him and the club, and I think they'll be trying to use that today as fuel for the players. I'm sure it'll be what's talked about in the dressing room, about the injustice, about how we can bring our own justice on the pitch by delivering Premier League football to these Hull supporters. It's a sticky situation that 90 plus minutes I don't think is going to figure out.
It's an incredible one. What an absolute mess it could be. Or if Hull City win, they go to the Premier League, and that's the story, we think, done. We'll get back to the XG stats in a moment. I just want to say about the Middlesbrough fans, they only knew they were coming here, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they have filled out their seats. A large number of their seats in their end are filled out. It's not a short journey from Middlesbrough to Wembley. Fair play to them. I know a lot of Middlesbrough fans contacted me asking for tickets. I can't get you tickets. I tried, but I can't get you tickets. But a lot of them have got tickets, and they are here filling that end. Away to our right, that's red and white. It's black and amber the other end. Hull City against Middlesbrough coming up around about just over 15 minutes to kick off here at Wembley. You're listening to EFL live on Talksport with McDonald's order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus. Fees apply to delivery orders subject to availability. Price may vary. Let's head to the Valley. WSL playoff decider. Ian Abrahams.
And after extra time, it finished Charlton 0, Leicester 0. Charlton did actually have the ball in the back of the net in the second half. A shot came crashing back off the crossbar. Lobato headed the ball home. She was deemed to be offside, although there is some social media going around saying that she was onside. No VAR here, so it didn't really matter in the end. And one brilliant save in the second period of extra time from Sophia Whitehouse, who's been amazing in the Charlton goal. She'll need to be now in this penalty shootout to decide who goes into WSL. What a way to decide it. Live on Talksport 2, Charlton 0, Leicester 0.
And the Scottish Cup final is underway at Hampden. What's happened so far? Paul Mitchell.
Well, it's Celtic 0, Dunfermline 0, but Dunfermline 2 inches away from taking the lead. Callum Morrison with the opportunity after the long ball from his goalkeeper, but Liam Scales came back and just swiped it off the line just in time. Poor goalkeeping from Vinny Sinasalo to give Callum Morrison the chance. Dunfermline are up for this. It's Celtic 0, Dunfermline 0.
Goalless so far in the Scottish Cup final, and we're 15 minutes away from kick-off here at Wembley. One of the biggest and best days, and this season one of the most controversial days in the football calendar on the Talksport calendar. It's Hull against Middlesbrough, the Championship playoff final coming next.
Grab the unrivaled Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with an incredible privacy display on EE, the UK's best network. You can save £20 per month, plus claim a Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Now we're talking. So get yours today. Offer ends 28th of May. Saving on minimum 24-month 125GB airtime plan. Eligibility, credit check and terms apply. Credit by EE Limited. Claim from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. Verify best network at ee.co.uk/claims.
18+ gambleaware.org. First World Cup outright bet only qualifies. Free bets capped at £80. Free bet stakes not included in any winnings. Free bets must be claimed within 14 days.
Spring's here, and it's time to get on top of things. And we're not talking about spring cleaning the house. Let's see. The biggest range of cars to buy entirely online? Check. 3-month warranty included? Sorted. And faff-free servicing from £129.95 at over 100 locations? Absolutely cinched it. Everything you need, and not a feather duster in sight. To buy or service your car, search Cinch. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range claim. Terms and exclusions apply.
Buzzing for the game this week. I want to hear what my mates are saying. I want to tell them they're delusional. I want to tell them who'll score first. I want to call the half-time score and the full-time score. And when our kid pipes up and says, want to bet? I'll stop. Think about it. Check my limits. Check how much I've played. And maybe I'll think, nah, not today, mate. Sometimes the best bet is the one you don't make. Gamble responsibly. Betfred. 18+ gambleaware.org.
Picnic spots secured. Snacks required. Pop to Co-op. Get 3 for 2 on picky bits like irresistible paella arancini, pancetta croquettes or margarita pizza dip. Co-op. Owned by you, right by you.
Ends 8th of September. Selected products subject to availability. Co-op Group food stores only. Full times at co-op.co.uk/summer.
Remember Aguero in stoppage time? Or West Brom's great escape? Unforgettable, right? But for 1 in 100 people living with epilepsy, some of life's biggest moments can be lost in the aftermath of a seizure. And in a packed stadium, someone near you could have epilepsy. They can't control when a seizure happens, but you can control what happens next. Learn seizure first aid. Step in, help someone hold on to the moments that matter. Search Epilepsy Action online, and together, let's keep memorable moments memorable for everyone.
Train toilet door. Didn't work. Lock. Didn't work. Everyone's seen me on the bog. Didn't work. Train toilet door. Didn't work.
We can fix that, but I bet an app is actually pretty good.
Bet £10. Get £30 in free bets with Midnight. Search Midnight Sports or download the Midnight app today. New customers only. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18+. Play responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
Sunday afternoon, the Premier League live on the Talksport app. This game on City versus Villa and Forest versus Bournemouth. Build up from 3:55. Full match commentary at 4. I don't need no more than that. It is it. Plus 2 other games on the Talksport app. Sunday afternoon, the Premier League live on the Talksport network.
No further goals to tell you about in the WSL playoff or in the Scottish Cup final, where it's Celtic 0, Dunfermline 0. Let's focus on this game then. We're just over 10 minutes away from kick-off. Hull against Middlesbrough. We were talking, before we heard from the Hull owner, with that passionate interview with Talksport's Alex Crook, we were talking about Hull's XG being the third worst in the Championship, Dean Ashton. Does it really matter? What does it say about Hull City?
I think it does matter in the long term. I don't think that's something you could probably keep up, especially if you went to the Premier League. I think it's the style of football that Hull play. I think that kind of counter-attacking style, being very efficient when they do try and keep the ball. But also, I think, just an example, Aston Villa in the Premier League this season, their XG was wild first half of the season because all their goals was coming from outside the box. So these sort of anomalies, I think, are interesting over a season. And all it takes is one season where it works, and Hull have got that opportunity. And it's going to have to be the same today, I feel.
And this is the opportunity, right? Because ultimately, if you look at the numbers and you drill down into them, they should be fighting relegation, not fighting for promotion to the Premier League. I mean, you asked earlier on, are they lucky? And the answer is, they have been, yes, big style. On the defensive numbers, that usually points to, if you've got the XG against that they've got, and they're doing as well as they are in terms of keeping the goal out, even though they have conceded quite a lot, it would be elite defending or goalkeeping. That's not true. Ivan Pardew, actually, his save percentage is 69.2%. He's not even in the top 10 of the goalkeepers in the division. You know, more than anything, they've benefited from opponents wasting chances. Mark Harris of Oxford, remember that one? Isaac Price of West Bromwich Albion. Even Potnik missed a late sitter against them, which would have changed the result. They've had, actually, statistically, the most let-offs in the Championship this season, which is big chances missed.
Alan, we'll come to you in a second on that. There's a goal at Hampden. Paul Mitchell.
And it's come for Celtic. Celtic 1, Dunfermline 0. A simple goal, long ball from the back. John Todd tried to react it, couldn't reach it. Dazenmaida nipped him behind him and lobbed Ashton Oxborough. A horrible goal from Dunfermline to lose. Simple stuff from Celtic, but Dazenmaida once more the hero. Celtic 1, Dunfermline 0.
A bit of one-man team, haven't they, the champions Celtic. Sam, you hadn't quite finished?
Yeah, the other thing to say is when you're talking about the forward-thinking stats, of which they're doing very well, that they don't take many shots. They rank 20th for those in the league, but what they do is they make them count, and they've got Ollie McBurney and Joe Gelhardt to thank for that firepower. 32 goals between them, and McBurney and Gelhardt are two of the most accurate strikers in the league. Their conversion rate is the best amongst all the strikers in the Championship.
I'm laughing because obviously the numbers never add up in this particular game, really. But it does paint a story, it does paint a picture of the way that they play. They don't create many chances, but they take them. And sometimes that can be just the spirit of the team. When you're coaching a team, particularly on transition, you really focus on finishing on those kind of chances rather than a build-up play kind of chances. Does that make sense? So I can understand their stats being high in the way that they play a little bit. And I likewise Middlesbrough, stats are really opposite. So let's not get bogged down with that. They're two different styles here today. One is a little bit more clinical, and they're very good on transition, and they're very focused on their finishing on transition. And Middlesbrough will create lots of chances, and maybe not so focused, because they're coming thick and fast, and they're different types of chances. So it's an interesting game. But let's all put that to one side. The spirit and the winner, the team that won a dare today. Dare to dream is their scarf hole, not to litigate, to dare to dream. Let's hope they do that today.
You say put it to one side, but what you fundamentally, when you strip it all back, Hull take chances, Middlesbrough don't. That points to just one winner.
Well, you could argue it like that, but I say in this particular game, because I've managed in it, that those numbers, even when I'm analysing the opposition, I will take that into account. But will it play a part in the final? Perhaps, perhaps not. Not always. So I just genuinely think that the two styles are very, very different today. And in this heat, I think Hull style is probably better. I think they'll work less, not having the ball. And I think on transition, they might hurt the opposition.
And Dean, I would suspect if you were a manager, if you'd taken that step instead of joining us at Talksport, you would have an Ollie McBurney in your team.
Without a shadow of a doubt, there should always be an Ollie McBurney type player in your team. There's always going to be a place for that.
But even Tony,
exactly. Even Ollie McBurney in this Hull side. For me, Middlesbrough are the best team I've seen in the Championship this season.
Footballing team,
the performances in certain periods of the game, they're the best team I've seen. That includes Coventry, the best team I've seen in the Championship. If that team turns up, I think they could almost, not easily, but outclass Hull, and it'd be quite a comfortable afternoon.
Yeah, what's really interesting, the two teams are out, by the way, lining up just behind that absolutely gigantic replica of the Championship playoff trophy, and they're lining up in the blistering sunshine. Middlesbrough, who really didn't expect to be here, as the dignitaries make their way, led by Rick Parry, make their way to the players to be introduced. And the captains, actually, for both sides, local lads to their local teams. Dale Fry, Borough, born and bred, came through the academy, and he loves the Borough. He was watching from the stands the last time Middlesbrough were in a playoff final 11 years ago. They lost 2-0 here to Norwich City. He was in the Middlesbrough academy watching from the stands, and now he's their captain at Wembley, and at the moment introducing his players to the VIPs is Louis Coyle for Hull City. Brother Tommy was a champion boxer. Brother Rocco in the Hull City academy at the moment. Another brother Lewis is a PGA golf pro. That is some sporting family, and actually used to know the dads of the Coyle family, who had a fruit and veg stall in the middle of the city of Hull. Very popular, very famous guy. They did everything for their kids to make it in the sporting world. Sadly, his dad passed away 4 years ago. Feels like everything those sporting lads do is for their father. As the fans are waving their flags, the black and amber for Hull City away to our left, as an amber smoke bomb is let off behind the goal in the Hull City end. The Middlesbrough red and white, a bit more quiet. They can't believe they're here. Let's have the national anthem. Tucker, the British musician and singer, well known as the singing voice for the character of pop star Robbie Williams in the hit musical Better Man, signed by Dave Shields as well. And here we go. This is the moment. You know the story behind this playoff final. It was all settled so late in the day, neither team has had enough time to spy on each other. It's the playoff final that was never meant to happen. Middlesbrough against Hull City at Wembley, live on Talksport with former England striker Dean Ashton, playoff winner as player and manager Alan Pardew, and your commentator Sam Matterface.
Watch your folks, good afternoon, welcome to Wembley. And you don't need a pair of binoculars or a smartphone with a super zoom lens to see what's on offer here. You can smell the money, you can feel the opportunity, and you can sense the pride and the prestige. Every year this is Second Chance Saturday, but this year that name rings true for more reasons than one. Middlesbrough died off in the promotion race. They probably should have won. They thought their playoff dream was killed by the Saints, only to discover the sins of the South Coast spying that led to exile for Tonder Eckert and his Southampton team. Hull's numbers suggest relegation was more likely than elevation to the best league in the world, but folks, this is the Championship, and this is why we love it. Even so, by any measure, this is the most unusual, unorthodox, chaotic end to the Championship season, and I doubt that the next 90 minutes will be conventional either. A clash of styles, a meeting of teams geographically close, but miles from home. Well supported, Wembley engulfed in amber, black, red and white, and opportunity is knocking. Here are the two teams, starting with Hull City. Ivor Pandur is the goalkeeper, Ajayi, Egan and Hughes the back three, Coyle, Slater, Crooks and Giles across the middle, with Balumi and Miller behind McBurney in attack. For Middlesbrough, they're in the red, Sol Bryn is their goalkeeper. He's one of 5 players in the Championship to play every single minute. Luke Ayling, Dale Fry the captain, and Adilson Malanda. Callum Britton, Aidan Morris, Alan Brown and Matt Targett go across the middle, with Morgan Whittaker top scorer with 14 goals, and Riley McGree, who scored in that playoff semi-final, and David Strelitz in attack. We're about to get underway in the biggest game of football imaginable. There's also a huge game for the right to play in the WSL, and it's full time, Ian Abrahams.
Charlton have made it. Charlton win 2-1 on penalties after a goal of straw after extra time. The hero, their goalkeeper, Sophie Whitehouse, 4 penalty saves in the shootout. She was immense throughout the afternoon. Charlton promoted to the WSL. Finished Charlton 2-1 against Leicester on penalties after a goal of straw.
Congratulations to Charlton. Tomorrow the Premier League season comes to an end. Spurs can sink to the second tier, but 8 out of the 9 scenarios on offer have West Ham in the Championship next campaign. Wednesday is the culmination of Palace's European adventure live from Leipzig, followed by the Champions League final in Budapest. It's playoff weekend. Tomorrow League 1, Monday League 2, but right now we're at Wembley. And after the most extraordinary route to a final you will ever see, we have the Championship playoff final. Hull were written off but roared back. Borough thought their season was finished. Now they find themselves 90 minutes from the top flight, through the back door. It's the team that earned it against the team that's been handed a second life. Dean Ashton is here, and after a week like this one, how do you even begin to read the mood of these two clubs?
Very difficult. Quick turnarounds, quick shift in mindset, but I tell you what, once you're here, I think you feel the magnitude of it, and it's about focusing as players who can handle the pressure and the heat.
The heat is certainly going to be a big issue. Jared Gillett is our referee, Neil Davis and Steve Meredith the assistant referees, the 4th officials Michael Salisbury and Alan Pardew. Another one of the big issues is the fact that these players, for the first time this season in a league game really, are playing with VAR, who is Stuart Atwell. Will it have an impact?
Well, obviously the last couple of weeks we've had, you can't help think that it will play a role today. Let's hope it's not a significant role like it has at West Ham, etc, etc. But it does sort of bring some clarity to the game. It'll be unusual for these players to sort of hang around, and the fans to sort of hang around and wait to see if the goal is given.
Middlesbrough have the ball midway inside the whole half, down the right side, and Morgan Whittaker just tries to chop into midfield. He runs into the former Borough man Matt Crooks, and it goes out of play, and it's away for a throw-in on this near side, and it's tossed in by Callum Britton. It falls to Whittaker again, who meanders towards the middle of the whole half, then bumps the ball into Matt Targett, gets it back again, strikes it, Balumi blocks it, Ajayi heads it away, and before Hull can escape, Middlesbrough have it back again over on the far side. Picked up by Malanda, won eventually after a deflection. Is a throw-in to the team that were eliminated by Southampton but find themselves under the sunshine, and it's burning hot sun, and Dean's right to mention the heat because it will make a difference to the way the game goes. And Dean, the fact that they dominate possession and they always have done throughout the course of the season has got to be a big help for Middlesbrough.
Yeah, which is why I just get them to edge it, and I think it actually means something to the players, because whoever won the toss changed round, which actually is then not kicking towards your home end as such in the second half. That can only be down to the fact that half of one of the halves is in shade, surely.
Absolutely. So it's Middlesbrough, I think, who want to play most of the football inside the opposition territory, and they've got that, and they're doing that now. Morgan Whittaker sends it out wide towards the left. It doesn't quite reach its intended target in Riley McGree. It then's popped back through to McGree, and then it's half snaffled away, but only as far as Malanda, who are keeping, at the moment, Middlesbrough keeping Hull penned in. Cross into the near post. Good take by the goalkeeper Panda, who read that as it went firing into the 6-yard box, and in front of the front post he got just up ahead of David Strelitz, who does like a low cross into the box like that. Didn't quite reach him, and it's cleared away. Here's Alan Pardew.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, Middlesbrough have asked all the questions. You know, as a manager, it's one of the things that you might say in their dressing room. Let's just ask them a few questions early on, and Hull haven't asked any questions yet. It's just all Middlesbrough, and as you can say, this is how the game is going to flow, I think, like this. Middlesbrough in possession, looking to probe, and Hull withstanding it and looking to break.
Ayling just tried to break the lines with a run through the middle of the pitch, but he felt he was fouled by Matt Crooks. The referee wasn't forgiving it, and it was cleared away eventually by Charlie Hughes down the middle of the pitch for Hull City. It's 0-0. We played 3 minutes. You're listening to Talksport. The Tigers got here the hard way, a clean sheet at home and a 2-0 win on the road at Millwall. And they're chasing history. Promotion in the last 2 playoff campaigns. Nobody's ever made it 3 promotions in a row at this level. And Ashton Ilikali has already mapped out a legal challenge to the outcome if Hull managed to fall short, but that has to be forgotten for 90 minutes, and they have to concentrate on the football. What they will do is, when they have restarts like this because of an offside, Dean, is take as much time as possible, because actually they want to slow the game down as well, don't they?
Yeah, exactly that. And try and get Ollie McBurney on the angle, as they've done, to try and flick on. He's just so good in the air, wins that one.
It's going to be a real problem for whoever has to mark him. On that occasion it was Luke Ayling. Out came Callum Britton to engage with Miller, who I understand isn't 100% fit actually. The blonde-haired magical figure who plays just behind McBurney. He's had a good season, 3 goals and 5 assists. And he has got a goal against Middlesbrough to boot. Here is Ryan Giles, had a couple of spells at the Borough, picks the ball up after a give and go with McBurney, but it's cleared away by Fry out towards this near side. Won again by Charlie Hughes, who steps forward into a left wing position and then tries to get into a crossing position and does quite well in order to hold on to the ball. He didn't look comfortable, but he did it, and then Giles teases a ball in towards the 18-yard box, but maybe just a little bit too close and inviting for Solbrin, and he comes and collects it, Alan Pardew.
Yeah, these pitches, which are kind of like 30% plastic, really dry out quick, so the ball doesn't always run fast when the heat's this hot, and it's hard for dribblers to dribble with the ball, and it happened there, just getting caught up in the feet of a few players. It kind of takes away a little bit from the game, I think. So you'll be conscious that the way Hull play, it actually suits them a little bit, that they'll hold up the ball.
Here is Callum Britton on the right side of the Middlesbrough defence in the burning sunshine. He just moves up towards the halfway line. And the figure of Sergei Yakarovich just patrolling inside the technical area down in front of us. He's wearing a suit. Both managers wearing a suit today, which I must admit is a little bit of a surprise, because they're both dark suits on a boiling hot day. Free kick given for Hull City, just right of the centre circle, just in a small smidgen of shade, which is in the whole half. And John Egan has decided that everybody needs to go forward here. McBurney's moved over into the slender portion of the shade over on the far side, the writer's hole, look at it, and it's angled up towards him, but it's overhit, and it's going to go down for a throw-in down by the corner flag. Away to our left-hand side, Dean Ashton.
Yeah, look, they're not going to apologise for that sort of tactic when you've got McBurney up there and you've got players that understand where he can flick it, how to get those second balls and try and pin Middlesbrough in. Then they should do it. Whereas Middlesbrough, with the centre-backs just drifting into midfield at will and then trying to play their way through, I find that so fascinating, the way the centre-backs just drift totally out of their positions and do leave gaps. But it's that bravery, I guess, Alan, that helps Middlesbrough build through the block.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's that ability to step in, and obviously in the Premier League, the likes of John Stones and people like that, that's what they're trying to achieve here. And he's very brave in terms of his setup, that he's trusting his centre-backs with so much possession and to have that licence.
Ball played out from the back by Hull. They move up towards the left-hand side. Ryan Giles sends it down the left touchline, but it takes the deflection off the toes of Matt Crooks and goes out of play and away for a throw-in. I was doing a bit of reading about the goals. There's never many goals in this game, and I think we've done enough of them to know how cagey it can be. But it is the 40th anniversary of the playoffs. Only 3 EFL playoff finals of a single leg nature have ever finished goalless, and there was been 108 of them. Let's hope that this is not another small sample of a goalless draw in a playoff final. Here is Melander on halfway, just left of the centre circle, into Ayling, then played up into midfield. Brown gives it back, and then it's sent by Morris towards the near side. He holds on to it, turns. He usually runs a marathon during a game. Aidan Morris, the busy central midfielder for Middlesbrough. He plays it out to the right, and Alan Brown tries to play it again down the right touchline. Doesn't reach his intended target, blocked by Miller, and goes out for a throw-in. Let's go off to Hampden Park, because in the Scottish Cup final there's been a goal, Paul Mitchell.
And it's a second for Celtic. Arnie Engels from 25 yards out. McGregor rolled it to him, and from the right-hand side curled it in past Ashton Oxborough, who wasn't sighted with defenders in front of him. But this really is a stroll in the sunshine for champion Celtic. Celtic 2, Dunfermline 0.
Dean Holden, the assistant manager of Hull, just steps out as he sees his team build an attack. A little back heel by McBurney brings Liam Miller into play. He plays a outside of the right boot cross into the box, which is well dealt with by Fry, quite easily in fact, and it's cleared away. It was good build-up play from Hull City, but maybe needed just a little bit more poise on the cross, Dean Ashton.
Certainly, but brilliant from McBurney. Outstanding centre-forward play, awareness of the defender and the player that's running off him. Little back heel just to set things away, and maybe just been a little bit too eager, Hull, to get that cross in early rather than maybe just trying to wait for the numbers to get in there.
Yeah, nice that they got a blow in. I mean, that's the first time really that they're threatening Middlesbrough. I think that's always important for the mentality of the team, that you can get at them, that you can open them up, and you say clever little back heel from the striker, and they come down the side and didn't quite capitalise.
Line from Hull City. Ayling tries to expose that by popping it into the right corner and allowing Callum Britton to chase after it. He's not going to reach it. It's going to go out of play, and it's away for a goal kick away to our right hand side. We mentioned the numbers that Hull were suffering with in terms of the XG, etc., but they actually were really well organised against Millwall, physical as well in their approach. Wasn't the most entertaining two-legged semi-final in the world, especially the first leg, but they managed to get through. Middlesbrough beaten in the semi-final, back in the final. Middlesbrough lost 2-1 on aggregate to Southampton, and only walk out here because the Saints were expelled. And nobody's quite reached a final like that before, and you just wonder what that's done to the mentality. Being on the tube with all the fans, they were pretty clear. This was a second chance. They were going to take it, and they were going to build from that. And they felt that their team should be favourites. That was a crunching challenge by Crooks on Brown in the middle of the park. As the ball spilt, Jared Gillett has played the advantage, and Riley McGree has taken it over halfway. Back into Morris. Brown still down. He looks as if he's hurt. The referee is being encouraged to stop the game. They haven't quite done that. Eventually now that has been the case. And Jared Gillett walks out towards this near touchline to have a word. It was on the top of the ankle, the challenge by Crooks, and it looked a pretty fierce one.
That was a proper playoff final challenge, that. I mean, he's gone full Monty in there. I think he caught his head, I thought, as well. I'm watching the replay now.
Oh, yes, he led with the elbow. I just wonder whether or not the VAR might well look at that.
Not sure. I mean, Crooks his elbow is pretty tight to his body in the end, but of course he turns his body to protect himself, and because Brown is a little bit lower, catches him in the head, but the ankle as well. But that's going to be the case, I think, for Hull, because they don't want Middlesbrough to be able to build through and find those little spaces for Whittaker and McGree. They've been really tight to every single Borough player, and all it takes is just a fraction lateness and you get caught.
Well, Hayden Hackney's already warming up away to our left-hand side. Not that warming up is necessary on a day like this. We were warned that there were going to be drinks breaks, actually, in this match. Well, already the players have come over to take some hydration. I hope Alex Crook is staying hydrated, because he's in the sunshine as well. Crookie.
Well, if drinking warm bottles of water is staying hydrated, then yeah, absolutely. We just had a message on the big screen, actually, for all the fans, warning of the hot weather, and not that they need a reminder, and to stay hydrated. It's made an impact, I think, on the atmosphere early on, because those Middlesbrough supporters, all in red, away to our right, obviously most of them are in shade, so they've been making most of the noise. Those Hull fans to our left are absolutely exposed to the blazing sunshine, and as you say, the two sets of players did come over, took on a drinks break, and the two managers got the chance to fire off some instructions as well. Kim Helberg actually is still in conversation with Alan Brown, so at the moment, yeah, Middlesbrough fans in better voice, but that might be down to the conditions.
Thank you very much. We're back underway here in the playoff final. The ball sent forward by Middlesbrough, but well defended by Charlie Hughes, formerly of Leeds United, but now of Hull City, into the middle, where it's picked up by John Egan, once of Sheffield United. And he was actually pretty good at getting promotion, but not necessarily through the playoffs with Sheffield United. Lost in the semi-finals in both his previous playoff campaigns, most recently in 2022. They did win 2 promotions to the Premier League with the Blades. Ball out wide to the right. Crooks sends it forward. No VAR action taken in the first half here. Semi Ajayi mops up after McBurney loses the ball. It spirals into the air and McBurney heads it forward. Miscontrolled by Target, but mopped up by Fry, and Middlesbrough have it in the centre circle. They move forward over halfway, and then Brown is engaged in another challenge, and there's going to be a free kick 10 yards inside the Hull City half for Middlesbrough, who could have won promotion through the league. They played so well over the course of the season, but went to pieces after that defeat to Coventry, and they know now victory today in the richest game of them all, a minimum of £220 million in extra income, but also elevation to the biggest league in the world is tantalisingly close for both. Here is Morgan Whittaker taking the ball down in the number 10 position, moving out wide to the left, produces a cross which is blocked by Egan, and it's repelled and away for a throw-in down by the corner flag away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, some nice one-touch stuff there from Middlesbrough, starting to get a little bit of flow in the game. There hasn't really been any chances yet, but they're really starting to sort of poke it around now, nice and neatly.
Ball picked up under Whittaker again, who's been heavily involved so far. Strelets tries to get across his marker, but the clearance is good from Egan. Mopped up by Ayling, who plays it down the right. It bounces off of Miller, and a chance maybe to counter-attack if Hull can release it properly. Couldn't quite get it forward at any rapid pace, and it runs through the way to Morris, who just steps into the shade away to our right-hand side, and then hands it off to Ayling, gets it back again. Morris, USA international, who plays the ball forward, tries to find McGree, and it's picked up by Morris again, who gets to the edge of the area, strikes it. It took a little deflection, that, and the referee's given a goal kick. And Morris was pretty convinced that took a little flick on the way through. He dragged the shot either way, Dean Ashton.
Yeah, look, the barrel-shaped conductor in there, I just love watching him play. The way he just is constantly checking the shoulder, plays round the corners, really lifts Borough in terms of their build-up play, but scoring goals isn't his forte. He hasn't got one this season.
I was going to say, I don't like him shooting.
That was a horribly dragged shot from Morris in a good position. Maybe should have chose to slip it down the side for his teammate.
My Middlesbrough mate said to me today, Aidan Morris never scores. Today is going to be the day. Oh. Well, he's going to have to get better at shooting if that's the case. David Strelets into McGree, out to the left-hand side where it's taken on by Target. The ball took a deflection. It's kept alive inside the area. It's smuggled behind. Claims of handball for the initial cross. Referee was having none of that. Eventually it's smuggled out for a throw-in, level with the 18-yard box. Taken straight in to McGree. Out to Target once again. Back in field it comes. Morris with a chance to step forward. He hands it off to Malander. Out wide towards the left. Target with room to cross. It's a low drill, one into the near post. Strelets gets across his man. It was good defending by Egan, who get close enough to him to prod it away. And Middlesbrough putting a bit of pressure on here. They come forward again. McGree stretching. Ajayi tries to clear. The ball drops in the centre of midfield. Regan Slater tries to pummel it out towards the right. It's then sent long for Balumi to chase, but across steps Malander in front of his path and lets the ball get out of play and out for a throwing level with the edge of the Middlesbrough penalty area. It's 0-0. We played 16 minutes, Alan Pardew.
That just summed up the two teams. They started to create a real bit of pressure there, Middlesbrough, with their intricate play, and nice little 1-2s, loading up down the sides, getting an overload, and then when they turned it over Hull, straight down the channel, looking to get on the break. So there you have, in miniature, what this game is all about.
I really like that kind of almost a shot-like cross, to really just smash it across and hope that your centre-forward can just get the right touch on it. Strelec went with the wrong leg, got it all wrong, but I like that from Target.
Here is Whittaker, edge of the area. He's been played in by Brown. It's broken loose to the right-hand side. Strelet's waiting in the centre. Ayling takes the ball towards the byline, gives it to Britton. Britton's cross is blocked by Giles. It goes out for a corner away to our right-hand side. And it's the first corner of the playoff final after 17 and a half minutes. It's still goalless on Talksport. They're our front-footed team, Middlesbrough. They shoot more than anyone in the Championship. They have more possession than anybody in the Championship. They relied heavily on the craft of Hayden Hackney for a lot of the season. He's only available for the bench today, but they've certainly threatened more than Hull City have in the opening 18 minutes of the game. Haven't yet made it pay. Still goalless on Talksport for the right to go to the Premier League. And Middlesbrough have a corner away to our right-hand side, which Matt Target will take, left-footed, right into the middle of the goal. It's flicked away, and it was brilliant defending actually at the near post, but it's gone out the other side, and there's a bit of room here for Brown. Brown's cross into Strelec. He heads the ball over the bar from about 5 yards out. He just couldn't get up above it. He got underneath it and lifted it over the bar from the cross to the left from Brown. It was a good chance, probably the best of the game that we've had so far. Half-time at Hampden Park. Paul Mitchell.
And it's all Celtic at the moment. Celtic 2, Dunfermline 0. Dasson Maida after 18 minutes. Arnie Engels after 36. Dunfermline did have one cleared off the line after 9 minutes. But since then, it's been all Celtic who are in control. Celtic 2, Dunfermline 0.
That was a good chance, Dean Ashton.
It was, but I thought it was excellent from Crooks. Twice he flicked the original corner away, didn't then go to sleep, got himself into a good position, and he just ran across Strelec. He knew he wasn't going to head it, but he just did enough to put the centre forward off. It's difficult when you're going up for that header and you then suddenly see a head come very close to you to really concentrate and get that header downwards, and Strelec wasn't able to do it.
Wembley is buzzing. The Tigers yet to show their teeth. Middlesbrough, the early aggressors in the game. And Riley McGree, who's playing a little bit further forward today because of the absence of Hayden Hackney, has been getting on the ball a little bit more. He actually scored in the second leg of the playoff against Saints. He's been getting into some good positions. And he's just operating in that sort of no man's land behind the midfield and in front of the three-man defence. Here is Melander, back to Ayling. Ayling standing on the ball, waiting, and then pushing it out to the left. Target finds Whittaker, whips it round the corner. Riley McGree tests the pace and concentration of Semi Ajayi, who's got his hands full there. McGree putting him under pressure, and then getting enough pressure on the ball to put it out for a goal kick away to our right-hand side.
Yeah, if I was Jagovic, the manager of Hull, I'd be disappointed a little bit with the start of this game, because as much as you're conceding possession as a coach, and you don't mind that, when you turn it over, they've got to do better with the ball. They've given it away too cheaply, and really they've only give Middlesbrough one issue in this whole kind of first 20 minutes. So I definitely would be looking to get a little bit more out of this team if I was him.
No touches in the opponent's box so far from Hull, 7 for Middlesbrough. Tomorrow, Adrian takes you around the grounds from 2 o'clock in the afternoon as we bring you the conclusion to the Premier League. Champions League places to be sorted. We have the situation with Aston Villa where they finish in 5th position, then 6 becomes an opportunity for Champions League football for someone, possibly Bournemouth tomorrow at the bottom of the table. West Ham sweating, Tottenham too can't sit comfortably. Tottenham against Everton, West Ham against Leeds. Our feature games tomorrow as we whip you around the grounds at breakneck speed on the final day of the Premier League. Everything covered, every kick, every single moment of significance live on Talksport. Make sure you join Adrian and the rest of us as we enjoy the final day of the season. Monday, more playoff action. There's playoff action tomorrow as well. Wednesday night we'll be in Leipzig for Crystal Palace and Rayo Vallecano in the Conference League final. And then next weekend it's the Champions League, settled between PSG and Arsenal. Arsenal could do the double. Very unique double indeed. Back here at Wembley, 0-0. The Hull fans start to twirl their flags that have been left on their seat in the air. The amber and black logo of the Tigers is being held aloft as Middlesbrough come on the attack with Strelec trying to chest the ball down. A high ball into the box which wasn't dealt with by Charlie Hughes, and he's moaning at Ivor Pardew because he was suggesting actually that the goalkeeper should have come out and got that thing.
Yeah, he should have done. And it was a poor touch in the end from Strelec because he had got himself in behind, coming out of the sky, just looking to control it. I mean, he should just control it with his foot. He goes to control it with his chest when it's coming down vertically. And just a half a chance. Just another little note. McBurney is just going off what Alan said there. Hull not getting to the game. McBurney's come over to the fourth official to moan, saying, look, I'm getting clattered into before the ball's even got to me. But they're going to do it. When you have three centre-backs, you can do that. One of the players can be super aggressive.
Balloomy. High ball out towards the near side as Hull come on a rare attack. Before Miller can settle the ball, Ayling is on him. Back out to Miller once again. Tries to move infield. Plays it back to the halfway line. Now it's taken on by Charlie Hughes in the amber shirt with black shorts, attacking the goal away to our left. Slipped through by Miller to Ryan. Giles doesn't quite get there. Britton doesn't get enough on it, and Giles does eventually get hold of it down in the left corner of the field. Miller manipulates the ball well, skips past the defender, gets to the bar line, produces the cross. McBurney's up there, but it goes towards the far post where it's headed goalwards by Louis Coyle, and his effort is tipped over the top of the crossbar by the goalkeeper Sol Bryn in the first real action he's had all afternoon. And Louis Coyle coming in at the far post has Hull's first shot on target. Alan Pardew.
Yeah, it's strange how this game works, isn't it? Just there, just before that attack, the Hull fans decided we better get behind our team here, and it spurred them into life, and they had their first real good attack. Good skill, by the way, down the left-hand side there.
Yeah, from Miller. Ollie McBurney's 17 championship goals, 24 goal involvements. Only bettered by Swansea's Zan Vipotnik. He's waiting in the middle for the ball to come in. It hasn't come in at all, but Ryan Giles might not put it in from distance, and he's just smashed that over the top of the crossbar, and it's a bit of a waste of a set piece over on the far side.
It's not a day to waste them, is it? No, it really isn't, as the players come over for some hydration. But when you get those moments for Hull City without lots of the ball, you've got to try and make it count better than that. You've got all your big lads in there for the set play. You've taken it short, and then a ball out towards Giles on the edge of the area, not good enough.
Only scored 7 goals from corners so far this season, really, and most of their goals that do come from corners come when they go into the middle of the 6-yard box. 31% of all their corner deliveries usually go in there. That wasn't the case on
You're
that
still
occasion.
on your numbers, Sam. You're still on your numbers.
Yeah, we could do the numbers because we've got a break here in play because of the drinks break, the hydration break, and all of the players in front of Alex Crook, well, the Hull players in particular, have got ice towels on their heads.
They have indeed. I've got to say, I'm quite jealous. I might walk a few yards down there and get one myself, but you're right, there was a big white container with all these ice towels that have come out. The referee as well, by the way, he's obviously not averse to heat. Jared Gillett has just pretty much poured a bottle of water over his head, and I can't overstate enough just how baking it is down here pitch side. But that last Hull attack certainly gave the Hull bench a little bit more optimism than they've had for much of this first half as they've watched Middlesbrough play the ball around them. I guess we just saw there what they can do on the counter-attack, and I think the message from Sergei Yakirovic, the manager, is let's see a bit more of that, please.
One result, £220 million on offer. No wonder they call it the richest game in world football. And with so much on the line, Alan Pardew, these games are usually tight affairs. I mentioned about the lack of nil-nils, but of the 14 last instalments of this final, none of them have featured more than 3 goals, and only 2 of them have been decided by more than 1 goal.
Yeah, they are tight affairs. You know, you study the opposition so much, you work on stopping them, of course, and you know, they're doing everything to exploit you, and it becomes a little bit stale. The biggest problem you have in this game is players not kind of releasing their technical ability. They get a bit tense, they get a bit tied up in their body, and it's the players who can relax and deal with the pressure that will come through and win this game.
Yeah, it's the fear of failure almost, isn't it? Some players really can't release themselves in these big games, and that's usually you are looking to your top players. You're almost arrogant players in these sort of games. I mean, you know, you think of Hull, you think of Dean Windass and his character and volley. You know, it's those type of people that usually step forward.
I think I was on Alex Crook's Stag Do when I was watching that many moons ago. Here is Charlie Hughes moving the ball out of defence and into the left full-back position. He gives it back to his goalkeeper, Ivo Pardew, the Croatian, who made 45 championship appearances this season, 13 clean sheets. He's only ever kept one clean sheet against Middlesbrough in 4 previous appearances against them. And he's just kicked the ball out of play on this near touchline. Middlesbrough actually have got a bit of a Wembley hoodoo, and despite the fact there's so many of them here today, they don't usually see their team win here. It's been a bit of a pain in the backside for them. It's their 6th playoff campaign. They've fouled in each of the last 4, not one in their last 7 playoff games. And they've had 91 shots during that period, 14 on target, and they've scored just 1 goal across those 7 playoff matches. Ball is at the heart of the defence with Ayling, who clips it down the right channel, looking for Alan Brown. This time the goalkeeper does take charge. He comes and grabs it in bright Stewart yellow. He's not the biggest goalkeeper in the world, Alan, is he?
No, he's an important job today because, with that defence that Hull have got, there's going to be chances for Middlesbrough, and he's going to have to stand up to a few efforts. But he's had a few rules to deal with, actually, and one he didn't, and that one he did.
Ball sent down the left-hand side by Giles. Again, a little bit short for Miller. And across came Callum Britton, who himself arguably one of the best right wing backs in the league. He's been fantastic all season. Loves to get forward and get crosses into the box. We haven't seen that from him yet. The 2 big chances that they've had, Middlesbrough, have come down that left-hand side so far.
I mean, it would worry me slightly just looking at sort of early stats, just in terms of possession. 3/4 of the possession Middlesbrough have got. I think that needs to shift slightly for Hull if they're going to win the game, in my opinion. I think over the 90 minutes with this heat, if Middlesbrough can continue to have that level of possession, you'd think it's got to make a difference going into the second half, especially then if you can bring on Hayden Hackney.
They're used to it though, aren't they? I mean, only 5 teams average less percentage possession over the course of the season in the Championship than Hull City.
It's definitely not that warm in Hull.
It's definitely not. Ball chested down by Dal Fry. The game full of stoppages so far, but we played 30 minutes. It's tight, it's cagey, and no one yet really to land a blow. Here is Alan Brown, apart from Matt Crooks actually, who landed a bit of a blow on Alan Brown, but he's back and moving quite freely once again. Very experienced EFL campaigner Alan Brown, who's on loan from Sunderland, plays it to his right, gives it to Ayling, and then back into Malanda, the Frenchman, who lends it out to Target, gets it back again on halfway, just left of the centre circle, and then he gets it back off Ayling again. Not much football being played at Wembley in this playoff final so far. We've played half an hour. It's 0-0 on Talksport, and the ball's back with Ayling, who starts to stride forward, moves up towards halfway, gives it to Callum Britton, who sends it low into the path of Whittaker. Good feet by him to dance away from Slater. Crooks comes across though and shuts down the Middlesbrough attack, and now Miller looks to lead Hull out. He plays it infield to McBurney, who swivels away from the challenge and then turns and fires it out towards the right-hand side. And Louis Coyle gets hold of it, gives it back infield to McBurney, and now Hull have possession inside opposition territory. This is Matt Crooks. Stops the ball on halfway. Strelets goes across to try and put him under pressure. He goes wide to Ajayi, who's got a bit of pressure to deal with actually from Riley McGree, and sort of panicked a little bit, turned and fired it back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, they're not the most comfortable team in possession. Crooks and Slater, I wouldn't say, hugely technically gifted in midfield to turn and pierce a pass through midfield. Pretty rigid in the way that they play. They just haven't been able to get their forward players in the game nearly enough.
The thing is, I suppose they don't have to, because such is their good conversion rate. They can have very few opportunities and still get on the score sheet. It very much is, Alan Pardew, the ball players against the counter punchers.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'd like to see Bellumi on the ball a little bit more. He reminds me of a little bit of Ben Arthur at Newcastle, who's got fantastic ability. He can change the game.
Strelets tries to take the ball in as it's played towards him, but his heavy touch means that Ajayi can get back and help him. Strelets then with an unnecessary foul inside the penalty area as the ball was running away from him, and the free kick is given away to our right hand side. Do you think maybe Bellumi might be a little bit easier to manage than Hatem Ben Arthur?
I would suspect so, yeah. But he has got match-changing abilities. He doesn't really do his defensive work too well, and that side of the pitch already they've had a couple of problems, and that is the downside to him in this team. But he's the one, if they can get him on the ball, then they can create, but really and truly they have had no control over this game whole at the moment. They're just hanging in there. I know that is kind of how they play, but they need, as Dean says, a little bit more than they're giving at the minute.
He's got to get used to this sort of heat, by the way, Baloumi, although he's never played for Algeria before. This week he was called up to the Algeria squad, so he'll be going off to the World Cup, as we will be as well, live on Talksport, every single one of the 104 games from the World Cup in America, Mexico and Canada, live on the Talksport network. You may well need your app, and we've got so much content being fired out as well on Talksport.com and on the Talksport app that you'll certainly need access to that over the course of what is going to promise to be a brilliant tournament. Here's Aidan Morris in the centre circle, playing it forward into the path of Alan Brown. Brown for Middlesbrough sends it wide to the right, where it's taken on by Callum Britton. Britton back in field now to Fry, then Ayling, who just starts to tiptoe over the halfway line. He looks up and then shuffles it to Morris. Morris back out to Britton once again. Poor pass by him, and it's easy for Charlie Hughes to push away to safety and give maybe just Sol Bryn a little chance to remember that he's actually playing in a playoff final, because he hasn't seen much action so far. Here is Slater, middle of the park for Hull City, as the clearance is half cleared by Jakirovic's team. It's sent forward by Semi Ajayi, kept in by Baloumi far side, just about, and McBurney can't get hold of it. It's cleared by Fry, and now a chance for McGree to get on the ball, and that just raises the anticipation levels inside Wembley Stadium as he starts to motor forward, strides upfield, plays it square to Whittaker, top scorer. 14 goals this campaign for Morgan Whittaker, who came in from Plymouth. On to McGree, who skips past Giles, tries to force the ball through the box, and then committed a foul as he did so. And the referee just plays the advantage because the ball is in the arms of Ivor Pardew.
I was just watching Kim Helberg, the manager of Middlesbrough. He's trying to say to his offensive players, stop coming short, stop spinning down the sides a little bit, because they're not asking enough questions with their possession at the moment.
Takes charge of a high ball over the top, and what they are doing, Hull City, when they do have possession, is playing with a high line, and they've not dealt with this at all well. They've given it straight to Morgan Whittaker. Whittaker looking to turn and run at Egan. He comes infield, then looks to twist away from him, wants a free kick he's not going to get. It's then fired by Morris into the path of Brown. Whittaker's still on the ground, claiming he should have had a foul. Referee saying he's not going to get one, and Middlesbrough continue to have possession. Whittaker hobbles away from that action as Brown continues to patrol in midfield, then comes laterally from one side to the other, turns, gives it back to Morris, then Brown has it back again 15 yards short of the 18-yard box. Middlesbrough on the attack now. They just start to increase the tempo as Whittaker gets back to his feet. Morris motors into the midway point of the Hull City half, lends it to Whittaker, gets it back again, but it's a good defensive shape by Hull City, and there's not too many gaps for them to expose. McGree down the right, collected by Britton, nudged on towards Whittaker. Might be a bit too much on that, and Whittaker has to slide just to keep it in and stop it from going for a goal kick.
And that's exactly the kind of pass that the manager's wanting, just down the side of a centre-back so that a defensive player could run on. Unfortunately, that was just too strong, and it ran out of play.
Yeah, just in terms of their intensity out of possession, Hull, it's just died a fraction. They're just dropping deep rather than looking to engage in midfield. And we've been critical of Hull, I guess, in this half, but Middlesbrough, considering they had all that possession, haven't really been able to do a lot with it, and been quite predictable in front of Hull.
Ayling, left by Whittaker into Britton. First time ball is too close to Hughes, and he pops it out for a throw-in down in the right wing position. Hull City 0, Middlesbrough 0, live on Talksport with 9 to go before half-time in the Wembley sunshine. Throw will be taken by Luke Ayling. He does have the ability to propel a long ball into the box, and he's just started to set up his long throw here. Might go short, but he's looking as if he's going to go long. He has gone short to Britton. His cross is blocked straight away, and it's gone out for another throw on this near side. Britton's going to take it this time into Ayling. who's in a bit more space. He will whip across him, right-footed, looking for Strelets, whose header is nowhere near the goal. In fact, it was Brown who got their header in, just didn't even reach Strelets. Brown got there first and guided that well past the post, sort of 8 or 9 yards past the post, and out for a goal kick away to our left-hand side.
It's one of those playoff finals that, you know, is just simmering, really. It hasn't caught light at all, this game. And I've seen these playoff games many, many times like this, where everybody's a little bit tense, everybody's doing their job, everyone's cancelling each other out. We've got to hope second half that there's a little bit more kind of thought process going on in players' brains. They settle down and we get a better game in the second half.
Yeah, I think the one player, Whittaker's the one player that's looked relaxed, comfortable, wants the ball constantly, trying to find those little positions to get his shot away. Just maybe needs to do that a little higher up, closer to Strelec.
Here is Balumi sending the ball down the left-hand channel. It's picked up by Miller. He doesn't quite get there before the goalkeeper comes out, Solbrin, and kicks clear over the halfway line. Giles takes it down, moves it into the left-hand side, tries to travel down the touchline. He's got Balumi in front of him. Can he find him? Yes, he can. He's inside the box, twisting. He needs to find a pass. Miller's on the edge of the area, but the offside flag is up anyway.
It's a shame.
It really is.
Yeah, Balumi got it just where he wants it, on the edge of the box there. He'd come all the way from the other side. And sometimes, you know, you want your offensive players to have that freedom. He come right across the pitch and finally found himself on the ball. Unfortunately, just straight offside. But a little bit better from Hull.
Yeah, but not good enough before that, Balumi. In a great position, turns, Miller's running through. Quite a simple pass, I thought, really, just to play him through under no real pressure. Just over hits it. Again, we're talking about these key moments there. They can be the difference.
Talksport live at Wembley Stadium. Listening to the EFL live on Talksport with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus fees apply to delivery orders, subject to availability. Price may vary. Ball picked up on the left-hand side for Middlesbrough as they look to try and probe and prise open this whole defence. Whittaker trying to be the one that opens that tight whole back line. Just wonder how long they will leave it before they try to bring on Hayden Hackney if it continues like this. 0-0. There's only ever been 3 playoff finals that have finished 0-0, but there's never usually that many goals. It's usually a moment of wonder that settles it. Ayling inside the centre circle, square, picked up by Malander. Malander moves forward. We're in the 40th minute of the game and it's still goalless. Target down the left, low ball, easily dealt with, but given straight back to Morris. Whittaker then has it pinched off his toes by Matt Crooks, but still not clear. Riley McGree picks it up on the left edge of the box. Maybe he needed to get it in first time, didn't. Decided to give it to Morris, and again they wait for Malander to put it into the area. It's headed away by Egan, and it's headed all the way back to the halfway line. Dean Ashton
just making it too easy, predictable for Hull to deal with. They'll be happy with crosses into the box, I think, with their back three. Again, just I think they'll give them credit defensively in a really, really tight shape, making it very difficult for Middlesbrough to get through.
Ball collected on the edge of the area and played through to Whittaker, who just tried to finish it first time rather than trying to take care of the ball and secure it. And I think in that angle that he found himself in, left side of the box, inside channel, and he was a bit behind the defender, it was always going to be very difficult for him to finish from there, Alan Pardew.
Yeah, that's probably why their XG is so bad. In terms of the chances they've created, they've had 3 or 4 shots that have been nowhere near good enough. But they're still probing.
McGree skips away from Miller, moves towards the edge of the area, gives it to Strelets. His first time shot actually I think hit the back of Whittaker, who had just run in front of the line of the ball towards the far corner, and he got in the way of the effort and it bounced kindly for Ivor Panda. One of the reasons that Hull City haven't conceded as many goals that many people thought they would because of their XG against is the fact that they've been a little bit lucky that their opponents haven't finished their chances, and even when they have, and they haven't created too many good ones so far, Middlesbrough, but even when they have, they've not really tested the goalkeeper.
No, not at all. Again, really poor, really good from McGree in terms of getting into that bit of space to then play through, but really poor from Strelec, just
Giles and Miller combining well down the left-hand side for Hull as we reach half-time on Talksport. Now it's picked up by Slater, who plays it square. Balloumi's dropped off, got it onto his left foot. Shot from distance, and he wasn't too far away from testing the goalkeeper, who might not have been as interested as he should have been. But he picked the ball up there and fizzed it towards the far corner. I think it was always going wide, but it's a signal of his intention. The man that scored in the second leg of the playoff semi-final just saw a bit of room for the first time. He was about 25 yards from goal, and he fizzed that towards the far corner.
Yeah, best moment of the game for Hull, and Balloumi again, he's got that great kind of striking ability. Can really kind of put power behind that curved shot he hit there. He was a little bit unlucky. He found himself in a good position, just inside position, and took a good shot.
McGree takes the ball out of the sky, moves up towards within 10 yards of the penalty area, plays it left and target now with a chance to cross. He fizzes the ball straight into the chest of Louis Coyle, and the ball goes out over on the far side. Mopped up again, comes back to Riley McGree, who chops back in, then left-footed, produces across. The goalkeeper just about manages to fend it away before Alan Brown can get there. Well, it was a really good cross that from the left-hand side from Riley McGree, but Brown couldn't get on the end of it because the goalkeeper for the first time had to come to Hull's rescue. Miller's got it in the left full-back position. He's trying to wriggle away down the touchline, and he kept it in initially, couldn't do so eventually. It goes out of play. Let's go down to the touchline. Talksport's Alex Crook.
I have to say, I think the Hull City coaching staff are becoming really concerned with the amount of influence that Riley McGree in particular is starting to have on this game after the previous attack that you were commentating on. Sergei Yakirovic and his assistant Dean Holden, both very animated, seem to be venting their fury at Charlie Hughes. I wonder if they want him to take the responsibility to come out from the back and try and pick up McGree in midfield.
Ball loose on halfway. Hull threw it in, then gave it back again. I think it's probably Crook's responsibility, isn't it?
I would say
not
so.
Alex Crook's.
No, definitely not his. He's cooking down there. I think it's really difficult, I think, for any centre-back to want to step out of his position. They work so hard on that organisation.
Brilliant from Balloumi to win the tackle on halfway, then turn and fire it into McBurney. McBurney keeps it alive, but only just. It goes back to halfway. The one thing that Hull will be absolutely delighted about is that it's still 0-0. We're approaching half-time, and they will play, if they have the ball, most of the second half in the shade. Ball swung out towards the near touchline. It's taken on by Ryan Giles. He moves it into the left wing position, and the blonde hair of Liam Miller, who moves up towards the edge of the area, then decides to come back again. Giles has got the opportunity to play it into Charlie Hughes, who's joined the attack for Hull City. Miller's kept it alive just about on the near touchline, then got to the byline, threatened to cross, then come back again. Giles will lift it into the box. It's towards McBurney with the header. It's tipped over the top by the goalkeeper. Did it hit the crossbar first? It might have done. I'm not sure he got a touch in the end, the goalkeeper. His hand went up there, but he didn't touch it. It hit the crossbar, and Ollie McBurney is complaining, saying that he was being pulled and couldn't get firm contact on the header because of the attentions of the Middlesbrough defender.
Well, I literally just watched McBurney then. I knew the ball was out wide. I didn't look at anything else. I just watched him as he drifted into the penalty area, just biding his time, not even really looking at when the ball was coming in. As soon as it did, he's fighting with Malanda. So I don't know why he's asking for a penalty as such.
But it is a corner, isn't it? Because he heads the ball off the back of the defender.
He does. I mean, look, they're just battling together. He's just about strong enough, gets his head on it towards goal, takes a slight deflection onto the crossbar. But that is exactly what Hull are looking for, and McBurney.
Ball sent down into the right channel. Balloumi chasing, but Target's going to get there first. That was an opportunity for Hull City, and that is what they want to craft in order to try and change the narrative of this game. At the moment they've been on the back foot, but they have had one or two moments. Balloumi flashing a shot beyond the post, and the header from McBurney, which went and hit the meat of the crossbar. The goalkeeper's hand went up, didn't reach it, but it did take a deflection on the way through. It wasn't a clean header. It should have been a corner kick. The referee didn't give it. Ayling sends it long out to the left. Target keeps it alive, doesn't reach Whittaker, and it's helped away. Balloumi manages to somehow just about fend the ball into the path of McBurney, who holds it up well. He is so very useful at that, and it just takes the pressure off the defence and allows Giles to come up towards the halfway line. Into Miller. We're into the second of third of three added minutes at the end of the first half live on Talksport, where it remains 0-0 between Hull Middlesbrough in the Championship playoff final.
I mean, certainly, Hull in this last sort of 5-10 minutes have had their best spell of the game. They've created two really good chances, one shot and one header, and they're starting to grow with confidence a little bit, which they needed to do, because this game was drifting away from them. But like all Championship games, these playoff games, while the scoreline is still 0-0, there's still very much in it.
Yep. Ball thrown in long in towards the near post, headed by McBurney, gets first contact on it, then he gets second contact on it as well through Slater, but it's not going to do any damage, and it's immediately rifled forward by the goalkeeper Sol Bryn, who kept hold of it. Whittaker brings it down, Strelets is joining, Whittaker's to his left, Strelets has outmuscled the defender, left-footed shot towards the far corner, out of the sky, he brought it down so well, Whittaker, sent it back to Strelets, who danced infield, got it onto his left foot, he drove the ball from the edge of the D, and it was just narrowly wide of the left hand upright. That's their best chance. 0-0.
Yeah, super sharp, wasn't it, from Bryn to sidewinder, his goal kick all the way out to Whittaker, who darted away. And honestly, the first touch is brilliant. He knows exactly what he's doing outside of the left foot, just cushions it towards Strelec, who then moves away, gets into a shooting position, strikes it well, but drags it wide.
There is the half-time whistle, all square at the interval in the richest game in world football. And after the week these two have had, perhaps a final this strange deserves to be pretty tight. No doubt that Middlesbrough had more of the possession. No doubt that Hull did show their teeth towards the end of that first 45, but one goal, one moment changes everything, and a place in the Premier League is still very much up for grabs. Half-time, Hull City 0, Middlesbrough 0.
Yeah, guess what? Middlesbrough are underperforming their XG. Who knew that was going to happen? To be fair, they haven't had a huge amount of chances, but more than Hull City. But Alan Pardew, I make you right, towards the end of that half, Hull City really got into the game. And actually, with it being very hot, it was a surprise that as the half went on, it got more open. There was more energy, seemingly, from the players. I'm really looking forward to the second half, but some really good chances for Hull City. A Coyle header was saved earlier on, but Bellumi with that shot wide, and then McBurney's header hitting the crossbar. Hull may have been second best in terms of possession and chances, but they've had a couple of really good chances there, haven't they?
Yeah, and I've been impressed with McBurney. He's done everything right. He's been up against the three centre-backs. He's dealt with them really well. He's held possession. And then the one chance he had to really fight hard to get on the end of it, and he was unlucky. You know, they just look exactly what they are, Hull. It's very, very easy to kind of sum them up. They're very disciplined. They play very narrow defensively, so there's not a lot of room to pass through them, which Middlesbrough are trying to do, trying to probe, but there's no room there. And it's just on the counter in that last period of that half, Adrian, which you just highlighted, where they got a little bit of joy. And as tiredness creeps in, that's where their kind of game plan starts to work for them. Because when you are keeping possession like Middlesbrough, you are actually working twice as hard. You're moving around, you're trying to find little angles, you're sharp, you're getting possession, and then suddenly the team break on you and you've got no legs left. So this is really nicely poised for the second half.
Oh, it really is. I love Bellumi on the right-hand side. I think there should be more product from him, but he's clearly got a lot of talent. Still very young, not even playing an international game yet for Algeria. But on the left-hand side, the partnership of Ryan Giles and Ollie McBurney, in terms of goals scored, there's no bigger product line than those two. No partnership in the Championship have combined for more goals this season than those two, and they're nearly combined for that header there. Hull City have got something. Steve Clark must be hoping Ollie McBurney has a terrible second half, because he's trying to make him look a fool here, isn't he?
Yeah, that's definitely another conversation for sure. He should be on the plane, in my opinion, and today's shown already what he gives you leading the line for Hull, because if he's not at his best and able to combine, there's not much else in terms of the way they're going to build up. It goes into him, he feeds it off, and that's where they then can look dangerous. That's where they can build up and get it wide, and he'll probably look back at that chance and think, actually, I wasn't quite alert enough just to get that space away from Malander. He ended up fighting against him because, as you said, that Giles delivery, so used to playing that in towards McBurney, was spot on for him to get onto. I've just been a little bit disappointed with Middlesbrough. Yeah. I really expected the boost that they would have had from getting into this playoff, the style that they have in this heat. I thought, you know what, they're really going to play it around, and they've been too safe. And I think that's been the issue, really. The best chance almost came from just the goalkeeper launching it right at the end there and trying to break.
Did you really think that was a great touch from Whittaker, or was it complete luck?
In my first opinion, I haven't seen the replay, I thought he meant it. I thought he meant just to control it away to his left-hand side.
I'd agree with Dean on that. I actually like Whittaker. I think he's been like their best player offensively. He's shown moments. He looks like, I'm going to show everybody how good I am, which is the attitude you've got to have in this game. You know, it's no point just sort of going through the motions. You've got to want to be the man. And I think he's trying to do that for Middlesbrough. Maybe, and I think this is something that I've had in teams before. When you have a very, very good player, maybe your best player, coming back from injury and he's on the bench, there's almost like a feeling of wait for him to come and then we're going to be in our ascendancy. And I think maybe that might be in their mindset a little bit. I think it'd be interesting to see in the second half how many minutes he gives him, thinking that there might be extra time. If it was me, I would certainly, rather than 15-20 minutes, I'd be looking to give him a good 30 minutes if I think he's fit enough.
Yeah, he can't not use Hayden Hackney when he's on the bench today if it stays like this. Quick one on, you said, Dean Ashton, during that first half, the Hull weren't having enough possession. They're not going to win the game if it stays like that. Well, Hull won at Borough at Christmas with less than 30% possession. They had a much lower XG, surprisingly, 0.29 compared to 1.17 for Borough. Borough had 23 efforts on goal that day. Hull had 4, finished 1-0 to Hull. This is what Hull do.
Again, I'm going off. I think as a player being down and playing in that heat, I would want the ball. I would. I'd want my team to have the ball. I wouldn't want to be without it, having to chase. As the game goes on, will that have an effect? Obviously, Alan's talked about thinking in possession is what's going to be more difficult. I think that's where we're sort of differing. But that's my whole feeling around Borough, is if you give them enough of the possession in this sort of heat, I think they would be able to eventually open you up. They need to play better than they have done. They've been neat and tidy, but they need to be a bit bolder.
Yeah, they've got to show more impacts, certainly going forward and having chances. Normally Borough fade after about an hour, but they faded after about 40 minutes here in this first half. It's not been that bad, but it is. Hull City 0, Middlesbrough 0 in the heat of Wembley. You're listening to EFL Live on Talksport with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus. Fees apply too. Delivery orders subject to availability. Price may vary.
EFL Live on Talksport with McDonald's. Got Big McDonald's hunger? The Big Arch is here to stay. Available from 11 a.m. subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Need anything from Tesco? Like a 6-pack of Magnum Classic ice creams. Now just £4. Down from £6.10.
Club card accepted.
Because every little helps. Majority of larger stores. Ends 25th of May. Club card or app required.
Search Midnight Casino or download the Midnight app today. New customers only. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Play responsibly. GambleAware.org.
Fire up the barbie! With Aldi's barbecue bundle, you can rustle up burgers to feed 4. Get British beef quarter pounders, white rolls, baby leaf salad, cheese slices, and tomato ketchup, all for under a super $6.50. That's flipping amazing value from Aldi. Which cheapest supermarket 2025?
Your call is important to us. You are currently number 25 in the queue.
25? Seriously?
Sounds like Ojo time.
Nice idea. Feel the fun with Play Ojo, the online casino with all the latest live casino and slot games. New players get 50 free spins on Big Bash Bonanza, plus instant payouts on winnings.
Sorry about the wait. How can I help?
You can help me celebrate. I won!
Feel the fun. Play Ojo.
First deposit only. Most wins are instant. 18 plus. Gamble aware. T's and C's apply.
Switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is now as easy as pie. Ooh, freshly baked. It's a walk in the park. Hello, little fella. It's like taking candy from a baby. Come on, as if I'd do that. With One Touch Switch, it's easy. We sort everything out for you. We even contact your current provider. Plus, we'll help towards leaving fees. Switch today to full fibre broadband with Vodafone.
Up to £200 credit to cover leaving fees. More information and terms at vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
Mr. and Little Miss are back in Happy Meal and they're off on a road trip. Your little one can go somewhere exciting with Little Miss Brave, laugh all the way there with Mr. Tickle, or make up an adventure all of their own. On this road trip, anything's possible. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 8th of June from 11am. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last. Subject to availability.
We're back at the Coral Fan Arena, where things are getting tasty. First up, it's the bet builders pricing up their picks. No calls and 12 cards? All right, have it your way. Oh, and it's a mid-game appearance from the in-play experts. Fingers poised, ready to back a late comeback. Even at 3-0 down, they still believe. It's the fans that make every season spectacular. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus, T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Sharp shooting, ball booting radio.
The Championship Playoff Final.
Live on Talksport.
It's Talksport live at Wembley, half-time where it's Hull 0, Middlesbrough 0 in the Championship Playoff Final. Winner goes to the Premier League. It's the Scottish Cup Final at Hampden Park with the ball in the net for a third time, but it's not going to count. Paul Mitchell.
Kelechi Iheanacho finishing off Yang crossing, but offside was the decision, so a temporary reprieve for Dunfermline, who are 2 down here at Hampden. First half goals, Dazim Maida after 18 minutes, Arnie Engels after 36. Neil Lennon wasted no time at half time. He took off Kane, so he brought on Kane, Rudden and Kearney. He switched to a back four, he put 2 up front, tried to put some pressure on, but at the moment they've not really tested Billy Sinisalo in that Celtic goal. Celtic certainly enjoying themselves in the sunshine. We've got a drinks break for an injury at the moment, but Celtic coasting the way to a memorable double under Martin O'Neill. It's Celtic 2, Dunfermline 0.
And Charlton and Leicester drew 0-0 in the WSL playoff earlier. Charlton won the penalty shootout 2-1, and they will be in the Women's Super League next season. Let's get an update from the cricket. The Women's T20. Here's Talksport's John Norman.
Yeah, thanks, Aid. Big target for England to take this 3-match T20 series with 1 to play. 171 needed, which is way more than anyone expected after New Zealand had fallen apart early doors. They were 11 for 4 before Devine and Green tapped into their vast experience, putting on 159 for the 5th wicket. Incredible to watch at times, but this is a good batting track, and despite the dismissal of Sophia Dunkley, 26 from 18, England have got off to a quick start. Midway point of the 5th over, chasing 171, England 40 for 1.
Just to give you a picture of how it's looking here at Wembley ahead of the second half of this playoff final, Hull 0, Middlesbrough 0. Literally half of the half of the pitch that Middlesbrough were attacking in that first half is completely covered in shade right now. The other half, all bar a strip on the far side, is in direct sunlight. And let me tell you, pitch level, as we explained earlier, scientific terminology, it is incredibly hot, way hotter than the temperature gauge would suggest. Tomorrow it's the final around the grounds of the season on the final day of the Premier League season. Sam Matterface putting on his Grim Reaper outfit, heading to Spurs for their game with Everton. He might be spared those duties. Alex Crook will be the pallbearer at West Ham's game with Leeds. West Ham have got to win or they're down. Even a win might not be enough. In fact, Dean Ashton, the former West Ham United striker, scored in an FA Cup final for West Ham, no less. West Ham, do you fancy their chances of staying up? You can't really back them with any confidence or conviction to win a game at this moment in time, can you?
No, and I think that's the big issue is can they win their game, let alone Tottenham doing them a favour. I mean, the stats are slightly, if you like stats are slightly in their favour. Everton's away record, Tottenham's home, Leeds away, West Ham home. Those sort of things are in their favour, but can they deliver? And of course, can David Moyes, who gave the rally cry, he's going to do everything he can to help West Ham. Fascinating to see what happens.
Hang on, what, the guy who won a trophy for West Ham and the fans said, now we want somebody better?
Exactly. That's the measure of the man, and I'm going by his word.
Okay, let's see how that all pans out. Tomorrow you can join us on Talksport, tomorrow afternoon. Elsewhere, European places up for grabs. Bournemouth could be in the Champions League. Arsenal celebrating their first title since 2004 at Palace. Mo Salah's last appearance for Liverpool. Will he even make an appearance for Liverpool tomorrow? And the show comes from Pep's last game in charge of Manchester City. He's done okay in his 10 years at the Etihad. That's another goal at Hampden Park. Paul Mitchell.
It's definitely all over now. Celtic 3, Dunfermline 0. Lovely play by Kelechi Iheanacho, dancing his way round from the edge of the 6-yard box. He ignored an obvious handball from the Dunfermline defender on the deck, took it away from him, skipped past the goalkeeper and popped it into the back of it. The trophy is going to Celtic. Celtic 3, Dunfermline Athletic 0.
Well, I've just seen that goal. Dunfermline had 2 goalkeepers and they couldn't keep it out. It was a bit like Ricky Villa in 81, Maradona in 86, Kelechi Iheanacho for Celtic. And this season, Scottish football could have had Hearts as champions and Dunfermline as cup winners. Celtic have gone and won both. It's a bit underwhelming, dare I say. We've already brought you Aston Villa winning the Europa League, beating Freiburg in Istanbul on Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, it's another one. Crystal Palace are in Leipzig to face Rayo Vallecano in the final of the Conference League. And we will be there on Talksport. Myself, Sam Matterface, Alan Pardew will all be out there for that final. We're at all 3 European finals in a week on Saturday. A week today, actually. Arsenal against PSG, Champions League final. And you can join us in Budapest for that, Jim Proudfoot, with Stuart Pearce, the former England captain, on commentary duty. Arsenal against PSG in the Champions League final. And it's playoff weekend. Of course, we're here for the 0-0 so far between Hull and Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough players in the tunnel, just about to come out. Tomorrow we've got Bolton Stockport. It's a Manchester derby in the League One playoff final, 1 o'clock. That's live on Talksport 2. And on Monday, the League Two playoff final, Salford taking on Notts County. And that is also on Talksport 2. Celtic 3, Dunfermline 0 in the Scottish Cup final with just 15 minutes of the 90 left in that. Here at Wembley, Middlesbrough come back out. They are basking in the shade in that half of the Wembley pitch. Hull City in the tunnel, finished the first half pretty well, but the stats say they probably need a bit more possession if they're going to be doing anything in this playoff final. Remember that stat I gave you earlier that Middlesbrough do fade after 60 minutes in most of their games. Let's see how this one pans out. Hull City make their way onto the Wembley turf. They're in the sunny half of the Wembley pitch for the second half, where it's Hull City 0, Middlesbrough 0. We're about to get underway live on Talksport in the Championship playoff final. Here's Dean Ashton, Alan Pardew and Sam Matterface.
Well, I don't know if it's the company that we're keeping, but I actually quite enjoyed the first 45 minutes. I really enjoyed the discussion around it, but also the fact that it is on a knife edge and it can still go either way. Hull City had a couple of good opportunities towards the end, as Adrian has been saying, and Middlesbrough, well, they do play good football when they're approaching the penalty area. They're just lacking that little bite, and you do feel, Dean Ashton, as if there is always a little bit of vulnerability about them.
Yes, you do.
Well, I don't know what on earth Pardew was doing there, but they passed the ball back to him right from the very start. He was rushed and he kicked the ball straight in the face of Strelec. He was lucky it went rebounding to the corner flag rather than in his own net, Dean Ashton.
What an unbelievable situation that could have been for Pardew. Strelec so quick to close him down. Could have fired into the back of the net, but just yet that vulnerability, it's there. I think again in these sort of finals though, as the players get more and more nervy towards the end of the game, you can't help but look at the two substitutes benches, which players could come on and be those finishers that we talked about.
This is Talksport. We're live at Wembley Stadium, and it is Hull City 0, Middlesbrough 0. And we're here right the way through until the conclusion of the game, whenever that will be. And there was a few people in the press room at half-time suggesting that it might go the full distance, but we'll remind you that it never really finishes 0-0 in a playoff final. Doesn't mean it won't. It just doesn't happen very often. We are 45 minutes, maybe a little bit more, from someone finding out who's going to be in the Premier League, claiming that last place in the Premier League next season. One of these two ends near a decade wait to return to the top flight. Here's Riley McGree heading the ball down. Whittaker with an effort, and it's blocked by Strelec. In the first half, Strelec had an effort which was blocked by Whittaker. In the second half, Whittaker has slammed the ball against his teammate, and it's gone eventually off the defender out for a corner. Alan Pardew.
That was a great chance. A long ball straight out from Middlesbrough. maybe trying to mix the game up a little bit. Headed down, he hit it perfectly, but it just hit. I'm not sure if it hit the defender, and it's gone out for a corner.
Well, it hit the defender. I think it hit Strelets too, didn't it? Let's have a look. Well, it might have done, but the corner has been given over on the far side. I've conceded 1 or 2 corners this season, 11 of them. Hull City this campaign. They do like to mix it up, Middlesbrough, with their delivery. Went to the near post, it was flicked on. Dow Fry headed it back across the face of goal, and it was pushed out by McBurney. Actually, if Fry had headed that towards goal, he might well have registered the shot on target, Dean Ashton.
Yeah, I think he should have done, because as he played it back across, all 3 Middlesbrough players had come to the near post. He headed it to the far. Maybe if he just nods that down towards the near post, it goes in.
Here is the corner over on the far side, again to be taken by Target. And there are a few to aim at in that centre, and it's towards Fry again, who heads the ball towards goal, and it lands on the roof of the net this time. He went back across the goalkeeper but couldn't keep it down, and it landed on the roof of the net. What a chance, Alan Pardew.
Yeah, the big skipper, I thought he should have scored there. It looked like he got up early enough, so he was like dominating his marker, and he just got under it and headed it over where he should have maybe punched it down a little bit, and I think they would have scored. Good start though when it was coming out.
Good delivery that, Dean Ashton. You would have loved to get on the end of something like that.
Yeah, it was. It was there to be attacked. I think Fry, he just wrestles for maybe a fraction too long, rather than clearly beating his man and then really concentrating on the header. He goes up, he's still wrestling as he's then about to header it. It's so difficult to then control a header while you're still fighting with the defender.
Well, we played a couple of minutes of the second half, 3.5 of them, and you're listening to Talksport, and we're live in the playoff final. That was, I can only describe as a robust challenge from Regan Slater on Ayling, which has left Ayling. He's hobbling towards the 18-yard box away to our right-hand side. There's been another goal at Hampden Park for Talksport's Paul Mitchell.
And it's a magical moment for substitute Josh Cooper of Dunfermline. His first kick of the ball was to pop the ball in the back of the net. A shot was blocked into his path, and the 23-year-old rolled it in to the back of the net. Can Dunfermline mount a comeback? It would be something else, that's for sure. Celtic 3, Dunfermline 1.
Martin O'Neill not too far away from winning the double in Scotland after starting the season with a double act of White and Jordan. All of a sudden it's a very different double act that he's managed to pull off. Here is Strelets trying to hold the ball up but losing it. Slater gets hold of it. And on for the two teams in just a second. Hull City in those amber jerseys with tiger patterns down the sleeves and black shorts and amber socks, attacking the goal to our right, where the Middlesbrough supporters are residing, and Middlesbrough all in red, attacking the goal away to our left. We'll go through the 2-11s shortly, but Miller is progressing forward down the left-hand side. Good bit of skill to get away initially from Brown, then sets it back to Crooks. Crooks infield, finds Charlie Hughes. Wide it goes towards the left, and Giles' cross is a deep one, and for a moment there just looks as if that might just drop towards the far post, and there was a little bit of panic from goalkeeper Sol Bryn.
Yeah, there was just a fraction where he thought, oh no, as he just sat kind of backpedaled but overhit from Giles, and in the end turns out to be a poor delivery when Hull had got themselves into another good position.
Yeah, I just think that side works quite well, because Miller, he's clever with the ball. He hasn't got outstanding pace, but he manoeuvres the fullback to the byline, then he sets Gilles, and he's got that great crossing ability, and he hit that absolutely with monster power. He was way wide, and that's the kind of delivery that you want. It's just a little bit too near the keeper on that occasion.
It's Talksport live to Wembley Stadium, and it is still 0-0 in the playoff final. The ball is loose in midfield, won by Crooks, sent back to Ajayi. Back out wide it goes. Balumi takes over now. He's got help on the overlap from Louis Coyle, who's crossed into the area. It's flicked on by Crooks, and Miller tries to keep it alive, but does it go out for a corner? No, it's a goal kick instead, and it goes behind. Well, I just think in that circumstance, Dean Ashton, what they really wanted from Coyle's delivery was Ollie McBurney on the end of it.
Yeah, they did. But he does really well, Coyle, because he knows he can't whip that in behind the defence, so he's clever enough just to clip that in towards the penalty spot, which is where Crooks, who had made the run into the penalty, has to do from midfield. And again, he's put off by Target, who jumps in front of him. He's worried about
clashing heads and therefore glances the header rather than gets the power onto it.
You see a great example, a great defending there though, because the big striker just couldn't get free. The two centre halves had pinned him at the near post, and that's what happens when you're in these kind of finals, trying to counteract the other team.
Good turn by Strelec to try and get Middlesbrough on the front foot after Hull have enjoyed a little bit of possession inside opposition territory. Regan Slater though wrestles with it and sends it towards the far side, and Giles now is on his bike and charging up the pitch. Remember, in the last playoff final last year, Sheffield United dominated it, were in front for a very long time, but all of a sudden the tables were turned and it was Sunderland who fired themselves into the Premier League, and boy did they make a very good job of staying there. And one of these two teams that gets promotion today will be hoping for the same thing. Fired forward by Strelec. It's up over the halfway line. Miller can't reach it. It's headed away in the right full-back position by Callum Britton. Won by Regan Slater. He tries to push himself forward. The ball run loose. Miller will take it over, and then he will twist away from a challenge involving Morris. But already the referee has blown his whistle, and it's going to be a free kick to Middlesbrough inside their own half. So this is the two lineups. Pardew is the Hull City goalkeeper, Ajayi, Egan and Hughes the back three. Coyle, Slater, Crooks and Giles across the middle, with Bellumi and Miller supporting McBurney in attack. We haven't think we've seen enough of Bellumi so far in the game. Now for Middlesbrough, Sol Bryn is their goalkeeper. Ayling, Fry and Melander are the back three. Britton, Morris, Brown and Target. Whittaker, McGree, they're behind Strelec, the Slovakian international, in attack. Both these two clubs have been out of the Premier League for a while. Neither club has played in it since relegation in 2016-17. They were relegated together. Whoever wins ends a 9-year exile. The season that they were relegated, Marco Silva had tried to save Hull City after Mike Phelan had been sacked. Aitor Karanka was the borough boss. Two very different men in the dugout now for Hull and Middlesbrough. It's a wonderful story in the Telegraph today, where Sergei Yakirovich talks about the pressure's high for these football managers that take charge of these big important games, but he grew up in the Balkans during the war, and there was a lot more pressure attached to dodging bombs and getting to a shelter before you ended up finding yourself in serious trouble.
One of my great players, Kuki, who I had at Newcastle.
Shefki?
Yeah, Shefty Kuki. What a great character he was. And I had a couple of moments with him, stories from that war, horrendous what he went through, and everything was a bonus in terms of playing, and that's what the manager is talking about.
Ball played into midfield for Middlesbrough. 0-0 the score. Up into Morris, onto Strelec, then McGree, then popped off to Morgan Whittaker, who's in the inside right channel. He beats Strelec inside the box. He's closed down by a combination of Giles and then Charlie Hughes, and Hull do really well to snaffle the ball up and then turn it over and take it up towards the midway point of their own half. There was an opportunity for Miller to switch the play to Bellumi there. He didn't quite take that, decided safety first and to keep hold of it, and then Ajayi put the ball at risk but gave it away to Alan Brown, who counters for Middlesbrough but runs into Ajayi. Bellumi then dances past two challenges and gets into a right wing position. McBurney starts to lick his lips. The ball goes towards the near post. It wasn't a great cross. It's prodded away by the Middlesbrough defender Dal Fry. Here's Dean Ashton.
Yeah, they haven't quite got going, Middlesbrough, in this half. Continued where the first half left off. It was lovely football though to almost get Strelec in. He's been really untidy, Strelec. Plenty of endeavour, but really untidy in his play. Can't sort his feet out enough in this final so far.
0-0, throw into Hull away to our right-hand side. It's 55 minutes on the clock, live on Talksport. Tomorrow, the final day of the season, we whip you round the grounds as Adrian Durham brings you every incident that happens across the Premier League landscape on what is going to be a defining day for a Champions League spot. Maybe Bournemouth will sneak in there. Maybe Aston Villa will do them a favour by losing tomorrow, you never know. Here is Whittaker moving up into the middle of the Hull half. It's sent forward to the right, the cross is well defended, and then it goes out for what looks like a throw-in over on the far side for Middlesbrough. Monday and tomorrow we do have playoff action for you as well on Talksport 2, and then Tuesday we start our descent on Leipzig for the Conference League final. Whittaker, was he fouled by Miller? He wanted it, the referee's not going to give it, and Hull bring the ball away. Again, they just don't give it to Bellumi quick enough and play it square instead. But it's taken over halfway by Louis Coyle, who switches the play from right side towards the left now, where it's taken down by Miller. Miller chests it, runs towards the edge of the area. He's got support and two guises. He decides to pull it back to Giles, who finds into Bellumi. Bellumi with a little flick, but he hadn't really looked at what was behind him. And it was cleared away by the Middlesbrough defence. Alan Pardew.
Yeah, that just sums up Bellumi. You never know quite what he's going to do there. He had a good chance to take a touch there and create a moment. He decided a little flick around the corner. He didn't come off, but they're the type of ideas that undo this sort of game. He's starting to come alive. They should get the ball to him a little bit more.
Here is Hughes, short of the halfway line. Hull enjoying a lot more possession in the second half than they did in the first, where they were pretty much second best in terms of having the ball, but came to life towards the end. Still 66% possession for Middlesbrough. And neither of these two teams yet has managed to have a shot on target in the game. It's the playoff final, folks. That's what happens. Ball played out towards the right-hand side. McGree can't get hold of it. And Hughes snaps away at his ankles. The ball goes off him and out for a throw into Hull City. And Michael Salisbury, who is the fourth official, has been involved with a bit of controversy in the last week or so. Hasn't got a Premier League game this weekend as a result of deciding that Brian Mbeumo didn't purposely handle the ball in the build-up to a goal last weekend. Stands on the...
he was the only one who couldn't see that.
The ball back to Aidan Morris and then into Ayling. Ayling moves into midfield, plays it to Riley McGree, who just manages to find a bit of space for Callum Britton down the right side of the penalty area. He gets it back to Aidan Morris. He looks forward, finds McGree again, who's starting to buzz a little bit in certain pockets. He just came alive towards the end of the first half, and he's one of those who can cause issues. He took it on it there, and nor did Morgan Whittaker, and it breaks down again. Look at the space for Miller left-hand side if they can find him. And eventually they try to get the ball out to him, but Ayling was quick across the ground and stopped it from becoming a problem for Middlesbrough. That was a really promising attack, promising situation for Hull City. They didn't make the most of it.
Yeah, and it's just been the story of the game, really. It's just those important moments, whether it's the final pass or a bit of inventiveness. Both teams have really lacked the quality to create that big chance that they need. I mean, Britton just gets free so often. Miller doesn't want to track, really, doesn't do the job properly. But then Britton doesn't want to play that cross in. There's no one really in there just to cross it in like a McBurney, so then he just ends up recycling it back out.
Yeah, it's amazing, really. If you just sort of maybe mix the teams up a little bit, there'd be one hell of a side, wouldn't they? You know, you probably would put McBurney in that Middlesbrough team, maybe a little bit more industry in midfield, and all of a sudden you've got a very good Championship bottom half Premier League team. Here's Morris onto McGree, maybe a little bit of magic from him, onto Whittaker, who takes it on well. It falls to Strelec, who has his shot blocked again by Giles, and it goes to the far side. Britton, chance to cross, didn't take it first time, second time he hit it against the ankles of Crooks. It stays in. Miller has the chance to get away, and he moves into midfield, runs across the body of the defender, and then the referee plays on because they have the advantage. Bellumi makes the run. He's in an onside position. He takes it down and runs to the edge of the box. He's got Malander in front of him, McBurney in the area. Bellumi cuts infield. He wants room for the shot. He doesn't get the power behind it. From the edge of the box, it's into the gloves of Sol Brint. Alan Pardew, what a chance.
Yeah, but that's him. And look at, and now he's walking. That kind of sums him up. It was a great bit of skill. He came inside, created the angle, but unfortunately didn't execute the shot. Exactly what he didn't do in the semi-final. In the semi-final, he had a fantastic shot of the same kind of move. Yeah. So he's got it in the locker, but he just didn't complete it there. It was an intriguing game. It's definitely more even this second half. Hull have done better. I think they've been more physical than Middlesbrough the whole game, and that's starting to play dividends for them. They're breaking them up a little bit.
Ball lifted over the top by Ayling. Let's go down to the touchline. A substitution about to take place in a moment. In fact, let's hold on because Miller's picked it up left-hand side and started to dart down the left touchline for Hull City. He's got in front of him Callum Britton and Aidan Morris, but he's chopped back, given it to Giles, and then Hughes has strode forward, nudged it out towards Ajayi, and Ajayi now comes towards the edge of the box, and then I'm not entirely sure that was what he was thinking, because he's just elevated that straight over the crossbar when he was hoping to whip across it. He didn't get it at all right. So there's going to be a change, Alex Crook.
There is Hull City going to their bench first. Joe Gelhardt, who came on in the semi-final, the second leg of Millwall, made such an impact on that afternoon. And it's Liam Miller, Sam, who, as you mentioned, wasn't necessarily 100% fit coming into this game. He is making his way off, and I wonder if Borough will respond with a change of their own in a moment, because Jeremy Sarmiento has taken off his blue bib. He looks like he's primed, ready for his introduction. But can Gelhardt have the same impact here as he had at the Den?
Well, Hull's number 21 hit a career best 15 goals this season, the first time since 2007-8. Hull have had two players score 15 plus in all competitions in a second tier season, and he and McBurney have been ruthless. If you give them a chance, they usually take it. The conversion rate stats tell you that, bearing in mind they've only had one shot on target so far. You would expect, if they get another one, to make it count. Full time at Hampden Park. Talksport's Paul Mitchell.
Celtic 3, Dunfermline 1. Celtic's 43rd Scottish Cup success. It's their fourth under Martin O'Neill as they secure the double. Maiden Engels in the first half. Ian Acho with a wonderful slalom goal in the second half. Josh Cooper with consolation for Dunfermline. But today it's all about Celtic. Celtic 3, Dunfermline 1.
Middlesbrough tries to move down the right-hand side. Brown helps it on, flicked away. It's picked up by Morris, who's just outside the penalty area. Sent back infield to Brown. Brown with a cross. There's no one there, and that's going to be straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. And it remains 0-0 on Talksport in the playoff final. And it's been a fascinating afternoon. Can't yet have either team really taken complete control. Middlesbrough, even when they've had lots of possession, have still looked vulnerable to the odd Hull attack, and their opponents just waiting, posturing, gearing up for that possible sucker punch in this second half. Middlesbrough started the scoring in 5 of their last 6 games and haven't been behind in 7 matches. Here is at the break, that is. Obviously they got defeated by Southampton later on in the game, which is where, as Adrian pointed out later in the match, they start to wilt. And here come Hull once again with Aidan Morris out towards the left-hand side. It's picked up by Morris once again from that left touchline. Semi Ajayi sends it forward, back in by Coyle, in towards a danger zone. It's slide challenge over on the far side, which Gelhardt was trying to get on the end of, but it was headed away, and then eventually the ball goes out for a throw-in level with the edge of the penalty area.
I just wonder, with Gelhardt coming on, certainly can someone else get a little closer to Ollie McBurney? Still quite isolated up there. Neither of the wide players generally has made a run beyond him.
Well, that roar tells us what, Alex Crook?
Well, I think it tells us that Hayden Hackney is about to be introduced by Middlesbrough. As Adrian said in the build-up, looked like he may have played his last game for the club, but here he is, about to come on at Wembley in the playoff final.
The Championship Player of the Season, the only Middlesbrough player to make the Championship Team of the Year, which is remarkable, really, bearing in mind they led the league for such a long time. They were part of the top 2 for such a long time. Played more days at the top of, or in the top 2 of the Championship this season than even Coventry City, would you believe. Here is Aidan Morris at the heart of midfield. Back it goes towards the edge of the centre circle. It's given on by Melander. Back to Morris once again. The game at a walking pace in the heat here at the home of football, Wembley. Morris waits, asks to be engaged. No one really comes and puts pressure on him, so he gets the ball back out to Melander, lends it on to Ayling, gets it back again, Morris. Ayling then fizzes it down the right side, and Britton, with a bit of room, fires it into Morgan Whittaker. Can't turn on it, so gives it back again. And they're just looking to probe and prod, and do so at such a slow tempo at the moment, because it does feel as if both teams have expended a lot of energy in the heat here. Fry forward again. Morris looking to pick that pass with a line breaking ball forward. It's taken on by McGree out towards the right hand side, picked up by Whittaker. Whittaker tiptoes towards the edge of the box. He faces up Giles. He goes to the byline, tries to produce a cross, takes a cannon off of the defender and then back off Whittaker, and Whittaker knew that, and it goes for a goal kick.
They didn't have a clue. Jared Gillett had no idea. He looked across to his assistant looked back at him. Neither of them did anything, and then the arm just came out from Jared Gillett for the easy option, which is the goal kick.
But I think it must have come off Whittaker, because he didn't moan. Either that or he's just wasted so much. Yeah, it did come off Whittaker. Because he didn't moan, did he? He didn't. And usually they'd moan if that was the case. Ryan Giles has got cramp over on the far side.
Yeah, 70 minutes, and that just goes to show you this game. I've played on this pitch in cup finals, and I've never ever been so tired as when we went to extra time ever in my career. It just saps you the whole day, the whole event, and your muscles start seizing up, and it just and you think you're covering exactly the same distance, but it's just the tension in your body brings on fatigue and the cramp.
Is that we've got a drinks break here as a result of that? Is that the emotion of the day as well?
That's what I'm saying. So it's the whole kind of anxiety, stress that's going through your body. It's a price to pay for that. You know, you're worried about your family, you're worried about tickets, you're worried about how you're going to play, you're worried about how the media are going to perceive you. There's all that kind of pressure and stuff you have to deal with. And when you're Man City and you come here 17 times in 8 years or something, then it's okay. But when it's your only appearance here ever, perhaps, it's not so easy.
Is that why you took me off after 70 minutes?
No, you shouldn't have been playing.
You knew I'd be cramping up.
I took a big gamble on you, and it paid off, actually. It was brilliant.
2006.
But he's absolutely right. It is incredible what these finals do to your body and your kind of nervous system. It's hard to describe really how fatigued you can feel so quickly.
Was it the same at the Millennium Stadium?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, again, it was a red hot day for that final, and
so it is the pressure, isn't it, rather than the pitch itself?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, I don't think the dimensions of the Wembley pitch are that much bigger than every other ground. I think the history, the enormity of the game that gets to you.
Yeah, Tottenham's pitch is exactly the same size. Alex Crook is on the touchline.
I am indeed, Sam. Hayden Hackney on for David Strellick. That's probably the biggest cheer of the afternoon as far as these Middlesbrough supporters are concerned. They didn't know if he would be playing for the club again. He's got a lot of Premier League interest, including Alan Pardew's old club West Ham, actually, assuming they stay up tomorrow. But here he is to try and get his hometown club in the top flight. 20 minutes to go. Hackney is on.
So that means a little bit of a rejig, doesn't it, Dean Ashton? It means Morgan Whittaker will lead the line?
Yeah, I think he will kind of play as that player at the top end, but they rotate really well. Hayden Hackney, I think, under Hellberg, has pushed him further forwards, realised the genuine talent that he's got and wants it higher up the pitch, so don't be surprised if him and Whittaker rotate nicely as a two.
Lady Vivash, the experienced, gnarled old assistant, just comes out and has a word with Kim Hellback down in front of us. And we're back underway on Talksport, the EFL playoff final. You're listening to EFL Live on Talksport with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus. Fees apply to delivery. Orders subject to availability and prices may vary. So much live football to come. Bolton Stockport tomorrow, League One playoff final. Talksport 2. Monday, Salford against Notts County. Wednesday, Palace against Rayo Vallecano. Saturday, Arsenal against Paris Saint-Germain. And then, of course, it's just a small matter of the World Cup. Can't wait. Here's Riley McGree, just short of the centre circle, just strides over it into the Hull City half of the pitch. On it goes into Target. Target to McGree again, being chased by Crooks. Back out to the left, and now Hayden Hackney has a chance to get his first touch of a football since the 14th of March. He runs down the left channel into a bit of a cul-de-sac, but wins a throw-in.
Good time to come on, you know, when everyone's getting a little bit fatigued. Now you've got your best player in the number 10 position.
Ball cleared by Crooks as it's played centrally. Does it take you a little bit of time though when you're coming back from injury to just find your rhythm, find your second wind? I mean, March is a long time ago now.
Yeah, but I don't think so much for these type of players. You know, they just got that brain and it works for them.
And he's on the ball now, striding forward towards the left, out towards the near touchline where Target puts the ball into the centre. Stretching was Egan to get it away. Ball picked up though by Riley McGree, was being pulled back by Morris. And Morris, after trying to escape up over the halfway line, didn't quite get hold of it. And eventually it's given as a free kick to Middlesbrough, just in front of the technical areas, 5 yards in front of the halfway line. Hull 0, Middlesbrough 0. 72 minutes now on the clock. 72 minutes now on the clock. It's edged up very quickly. We've had a lot of stoppages in the second half again. And it'll be interesting to see how many minutes we have added on at the end. But there isn't usually many goals. There are a couple of other match winners on the bench for Hull City. Joel Gelhardt is already on, their 15-goal man. The returning Drame and Hadzimetovic, if Jokerovic wants to change things. But I did see that Yu Harikawa was readying himself to come onto the pitch, and that seems to have just sort of been halted. But Jokerovic is coming over towards the near side now to say, get more fluids on board. They're doing that, the Hull City players. We've got another drinks break because Riley McGree's got a bit of an issue here.
I mean, it's a worry, of course. He's devastated, hands over his face. I think he knew straight away that he felt something, whether it was a hamstring or the knee, the way the physiotherapist was manipulating his leg. Looks like he can't continue, but you just hope it's nothing too serious either.
I mean, they've been so physical, Slater and Crooks. You know, the 3 or 4 challenges they put in the first half, really powerful 2 midfield players for Hull. And Hull have defended very, very well today. I mean, you know, they've had chances, Middlesbrough, but not clear chances. There's always been a Hull defender blocking or in the way. They've done a great job, and them 2 sitting in front have protected them well.
Well, he'll be hoping, of course, to make the Australia squad. And he's likely to be included, but hasn't quite made it just yet. They haven't named their squad just yet, but he will be thinking there's a possibility that he could go to the World Cup, and the last thing that he will want, Riley McGree, is to see his season end now. He's back on his feet. He doesn't look comfortable. I think they might have to make a change here. But we are going to get a change for Hull City, Talksport's Alex Brook.
Yeah, and they've been planning this for a while, Sam, a good few minutes anyway. Hirakawa is coming on. I thought he was actually going to come on when Middlesbrough made their change, introducing Hayden Hackney. They did just delay it. Might even be a double change. Looks like Dean Holden, the Hull assistant manager, is calling over a second player. And Hansen also is coming on. And it's bad news, you say, for Riley McGree. He is unable to continue, just applauding the Middlesbrough fans. He makes his way off, gets a handshake from Adi Vivash, a member of Kim Hellberg's backroom team, and they were a bit perplexed as to exactly who to bring on in his place. There was a big conversation going on between Hellberg and his backroom staff. Cody Drama is the other player that Hull have got ready down to come on just in front of me. So changes on both benches. I've got to say, looking at the body language of the 2 managers, they're both pretty relaxed with 15 minutes to go in a playoff final, knowing what's at stake. Hellberg again comes over to have a word with his coaching staff. We're going to get confirmation now of the Hull players that are making their way off. They seem to be taking their time with not 1 but 2 electronic boards. Ryan Giles is one. That's not a surprise because he seemed to have an issue a few minutes ago. So it's Hirakawa on for Giles as the first of this double Hull change. Cody Drama just taking a little bit longer, I think, to get his shin pads on. Always baffles me why a player sat on the bench in a Wembley final wouldn't be absolutely ready to make his introduction. But yeah, Giles doesn't look to be moving too freely in front of me as he makes his way off. And also Balumi is going off and doesn't look too happy about it, I've got to say.
I was going to say to you, because he was standing on the touchline waiting for the substitutions to take place, and he was shaking his head and he didn't look happy at all, did he, Alan Pardew?
No, he has definitely got that kind of personality that as a manager, you just ignore, just let him go and sit down and get, we'll worry about him another day.
Is it another comparison to Hassan Ben Arfa?
A little bit, yeah.
Here's the free kick, target to take it towards the edge of the area, headed into the air by Crooks, back into the centre, and Hayden Hackney didn't quite bring it down, but almost got challenged by Slater towards the back edge of the area. Ball goes towards Gelhardt. He put enough pressure on Ayling, so it's scooped up into the air, and then it's kicked clear by Eva Pandor right through the middle of the pitch, and Hirakawa is chasing for it. Target's header has gone wide of the penalty area, and he'll get there, Callum Britton, fire it away. Crooks putting a bit of pressure on Brown over on the far side. Brown turns around him, ball goes out. I think there's a bit of a pullback by Crooks, and as a result it's going to be a free kick over on the far side. Dean Ashton, then, have a look at those changes that have been made. Drama and Hirakawa on for Giles and Balumi. What does that change about Hull City?
Freshness, because Giles clearly had cramp, and I think Balumi, as Alan talked about, that lack of, defensive work rate is something that at some point maybe the manager goes, actually, if we have to go to extra time as well, that is going to be a key component.
Drama's come out to right back. It means Louis Coyle's gone to left wing back at the moment. Here is Hansen, who hasn't played much football. It is off the bench to try and influence proceedings for Middlesbrough. Player who's only managed one goal from 17 appearances this season. His only start came back in November with the 5-1 win against, only starting since November was the 5-1 win against Watford in April. But he's keen to make an impact here, and he's gone up maybe alongside Whittaker as we go into the final few minutes of this game live on Talksport, the playoff final at Wembley.
I think it's interesting for managers at this point, because when the teams start making changes, as a manager you're not focused, you're really much focused on your team, so your system becomes very, very important at looking at the opposition. What are they doing, what are they changing? Go and alert the manager, what he's starting to play in a different position, they've changed their shape, etc, etc. And this is where it gets a bit kind of confusing for managers sometimes. You kind of can't quite work out where the game is going, and I think I just wanted to make that point. I think most managers are a bit confused at the minute.
How long does it take you to get sorted with it?
Good 5, sometimes 10 minutes.
Here is Hackney trying to pierce the defence. It's repelled and won by McBurney. Ajayi, not the crispest of passes into Gelhardt, but he's continued his run. Ajayi, Melander's going to get there to reach it before Drama. Ayling cuts in field, gives it to Brown. He's short of the halfway line, and he starts to motor forward. We're in the 79th, nearly 80th minute of the game. You're listening to Talksport, and we're live at Wembley on this hot sunny afternoon, and no one really has caused enough damage or planted a seed of doing so enough in the opponent's mind that we could tell you, even with any great certainty, who will emerge here as the ball is picked up on the edge of the penalty area by Hansen. Hansen turns and gets it back from Morris for Middlesbrough. Shut down by Gelhardt, who will work his socks off throughout the course of the minutes that he is on the pitch, and he's come off the bench to do so again. Ball goes back to Melander, infield to Morris. Morris moves forward, plays it square onto Hackney, round the back, onto Hansen. Hansen through on goal. It's saved by the goalkeeper down low. He was offside anyway. But he's played through by Hackney, a teasing little ball down the inside right channel. I just wondered whether or not he could have tucked that back for Alan Brown, who was running in on the penalty spot. But Hansen went for goal, and it was saved by Pandor anyway, but he would have been offside. Dean Ashton.
Well, he may well have been out since March, but that was delightful from Hackney. On the half turn, barely any space, outside of the right foot, pokes it through to Hansen. He has just strayed. I actually think he made the right decision. A lovely little touch, opened up, tried to find the far corner, curling it in. It was a good save by Pandor, but Hansen was offside. Really nice play by Hackney.
Good set-up play from Middlesbrough, and Hayden Hackney just showing his craft there as Drama wins a tackle with Hackney on this right-hand side. The ball breaks for Gelhardt. He can't find his pass. Slater is over there to put a bit of pressure on. It was a thumping challenge on Morris. The ball breaks to the left, and Hull are on the attack. Louis Coyle, all right foot, plays the ball from the left-hand side into the path of Hirakawa. It's back to Coyle again, and then the ball comes into midfield, and Crooks takes over. But Charlie Hughes had it for a bit. Coyle whips across in, takes a deflection. There's lots of holding going on inside the penalty area. It's going to run through though to go. Oh, it turns. as it drops out of the sky and fires it towards goal. He missed by about 3 yards. But at the back post, Matt Targett completely lost what was going on after the ball took a little deflection on the way through from the cross from Coyle.
Great spin by Gilhart. You know, as you say, the defender lost track of that. As it kind of took a bounce, he kind of lost his weight, and then he just spun on it, the whole player, and nearly bent it in at the far post. It's interesting this second half, you know, because, you know, I look at this team and I can't remember McBurney touching the ball in the second half. I mean, he has hardly had a touch.
Hackney certainly's had one or two since he came on. Can't get the ball back though from Hansen. And it's cleared upfield. The ball runs towards the far side. Brown helps it on. Good play by him into the path of Callum Britton. Back to Brown again. Feeds it down the right. Gets it back off of Morris, and then Morris takes over once more. Looks for the run of Hansen, who's been quite lively since coming off the bench. Whittaker to the right. Chance maybe to get the cross in from that right-hand side for Callum Britton. He hasn't taken that opportunity, and it's gone back towards the right-hand side where it's picked up by Morris. Morris feeds it back, it's on to Ayling, and then it's on to Dale Fry. We knew it would be tight, we knew it would be tense. There's only 7 minutes and a half to go before we get to the conclusion of this Championship playoff final. Will it go to extra time? Not what either of these two need on a day like this. Morris stepping forward. The prize is so great they won't care if they win it. Back to Morris again, on to Luke Ayling, slides it down the right for Morgan Whittaker. Back to the right it goes. A chance maybe for Britton to get the cross in. He tries to pull it through the air. It's blocked, but it will come back into the path of Morris. Took a little while to get it in. Eventually tries to force it in. It's a poor delivery, and then it goes upfield, and McBurney is occupying the defenders. It bounces off Crooks. Gilhart chases after it. Ayling misread the bounce, and Hirakawa takes over, and now it's Hirakawa against Malanda. He gets to the edge of the area. He then comes across the defender. He lost his poise and fell to the ground, and the ball spills to Aidan Morris.
He just didn't see Morris, did he? He went the wrong way, had to go to the right of Malanda. Hirakawa, I mean, great break. Gilhart does excellent to read the bounce, and then he's onto it. Hirakawa. But it's just that decision making, just having that awareness of where Morris would have been to take it the opposite way.
It's the kind of opportunity that Hull relish, but just didn't and haven't been able to take so far this afternoon, Alan Pardew.
He never looked like he had the confidence to do the job there, take it on his own and score. He just looked lack of belief. It's like when you go in a boxing match, you've got to have that belief that you're going to score. You can take people on. You ain't got it. That's never going to happen.
Hirakawa over on the far side. He himself, so far this season, has managed just 4 goals, but only 7 championship appearances. His last start back in February against Queen's Park Rangers. He's played 3 times against Borough. And he has won them all. I mean, Hull can't believe that they got him on loan, to be honest with you. But they did. Hasn't had the impact that maybe they would have wanted because of the injuries that he has had. But the ball is back with the goalkeeper, and Pardew sends it high into the afternoon sky. McBurney wins the header. Hirakawa tries to get hold of it. He takes a little flick off Britton, who stops it from going for a throw, clears it. It runs to Egan, and Egan sends it out towards the left-hand side. Still 0-0 in the playoff final on Talksport. Tomorrow we take you around the grounds in the Premier League. Tottenham, West Ham, worrying, sweating.
Oof. Please don't remind me.
Oof. Crystal Palace on the beach. They're waiting for...
That's our Arsenal home game tomorrow, by the way.
Yes,
Sellers Park.
So I hear. I mean, the Palace fans aren't turning up. I wonder if the players will. They're all waiting for the Conference League final live on Talksport on Wednesday. Egan. The ball spills kindly out to the left now on Louis Coyle. He plays it in to the feet of the Japanese Hirakawa, who gets to the byline, produces the cross. It's towards the far post. He's overhit it. And McBurney, who it avoided him, and he ran out to try and put pressure on the defender. It goes out of play and away for a throwing down by the corner flag. This is the moment where the backside start to twitch a little bit, because we know what it's like at the end of playoff finals. There usually is one late moment of drama, one late twist in the tale, a tale that started back in August and that has culminated in These two teams finding themselves at Wembley for a place in the Premier League, and this tale has had more subplots than usual. And there's one just developing here in the middle of the park because Charlie Hughes is not happy with Hansen. The two of them coming to a little bit of beef on halfway. 84,506, which is still a couple of thousand short of the record set in the QPR Derby playoff final back in 2014. But a very good crowd, bearing in mind that no one really knew that it was taking place till Wednesday.
Yeah, well done to all the officials and ticketing people who've got those tickets out. Amazing. But, you know, at this stage, you know, I put my manager's hat on. Both managers here want extra time now. You know, yeah, you'd love to win it, but you're not going to push for the win. You're going to kind of get your mind set for what you're going to say for extra time.
Every chance that we might end up with a penalty shootout as well. Middlesbrough have the ball. McBurney wins it back. Bit of a mistake by the Middlesbrough defence. Hackney almost gave it back to McBurney, and they're struggling to get it clear here. Ayling eventually manages to get it over halfway. Ajayi into Cody Drama. That's a risky back pass, dealt with in the end by Charlie Hughes, and because of the fact that it was such a risky back pass, he then says, I'm taking no chances with this and I'm hammering it downfield. Dean Ashton,
I think it's so difficult now to be brave, so difficult to maybe step out of the norm. You play percentages. It's in most players' nature to worry and be fearful at this stage of the game, but can somebody sort of really step forwards and grab this?
Well, we only have a few minutes of normal time to go, but plus we have stoppage time, and that might make a difference. Here's Callum Britton into Hansen, who's made an impact, turning as he tries to bring Malanda into play. There's room here for Morris, who's miles out. He tries to strike, and it hits the back of the defender Hughes, who got out quickly, and it repels and bounces out towards the near touchline, but it will go out for a Middlesbrough throw as we edge towards the end of the game. Target tosses it into the path of Malanda. Middlesbrough in red attacking the goal away to our left, just trying desperately to fashion a chance at the end of the match. And they still are yet to have a shot on target in the match, Middlesbrough, which is bearing in mind they've had 67.6% possession.
Well, I have to say that the defending today has been outstanding.
Brilliant turn by the wonderful Hayden Hackney. Lovely little balletic turn, but couldn't release the ball forward. Of course, they did have that opportunity that was offside, which was saved by Pardew, which no one knew was offside at the time. That would have gone down as a shot on target, but that's the closest they've come to getting a goal so far today. Hackney again, works it wide. Whittaker, need a bit of magic from him maybe. Cuts in on his left foot and then just balloons the shot. I mean, a mile wide, and it's out for a goal kick away to our left, and another Hull player collapses with cramp over on the far side.
But he's backed himself. I'd rather see that from someone like Whittaker than to have turned around and played that backwards. He's backing himself to smash that across goal into the far corner. Would have had a moment. Instead, it's so scrappy, isn't it? It's so difficult for the players at this stage.
Well, you know, when you come down, when you talk about, and we have talked all week about the analytical side of the game, you know, Spygate and all that nonsense that we've had. Both teams have done their job on the opposition in terms of defensively. They've been brilliant. They've blocked McBurney about 3 or 4 times on crosses. So Middlesbrough have done their job. Ayling and Fry have been brilliant. And at the back for Hull, Hughes and Giles, before he went off, were terrific. So there's been some great defending today. But the offensive lines just haven't been good enough to break that quality down.
Hull have had a habit of giving away late goals that have cost them points so far this season. They'll hope there's not a late goal here that costs them dear. It would be the most costliest of all. We've got 8 added minutes at the end of the game, and Hackney is in behind the defence. He turns inside the penalty area on the right side, sets it back to Hansen, then wants it back again. Hackney down the right. It's Britton back to Hackney into the box. Whittaker can't keep hold of it, couldn't secure the ball. It bobbled up and it comes out of the penalty area, and it's back down into the feet of Brown. Brown tries to force it through, it hits Hughes, and then it's cleared away.
I mean, he's only been on for 10 or so minutes, Hackney, but he's been the best player. He's been brilliant. You can see why he was chosen as the player of the season. He's just had a couple of moments already to show his quality.
Well, Hull's match winners usually come from the bench. Maybe, just maybe, that might happen today as well. I spy with my little eye Alex Crook behind the dugouts again, just keeping a close eye on what's happening on the Hull bench. Any movement?
Yeah, John Lundstrom has been told to get ready to come on. Their experienced championship campaigner, part of that Sheffield United team that Chris Wilder led into the Premier League all those years ago. They've got a player down on the edge of their own penalty area. I can't quite see who it is at this stage, but yeah, John Lundstrom definitely is about to come on. And meanwhile, Sergei Yakirovich is just in conversation with the fourth official, maybe not happy that play wasn't stopped earlier, because it looks like it's a head injury for one of those Hull defenders.
It's one of those where you need binoculars or a super zoom lens. Where is...
Who was
intern?
Charlie Hughes.
I think it is Charlie Hughes who's gone down the edge of the area. Just looking through my binoculars now, as appears to be the case. And the Middlesbrough fans are finding their voice at the end of the game. Lundstrom then about to come on. Interesting to see who he replaces. Charlie Hughes is back on his feet, moving towards the near touchline as we go into minute number 3 of added time, although we're going to have even more than that now because of this stoppage in play. Lundstrom has put his bib back on, so yet to enter the fray. And there's a stoppage involving the assistant on this near side chatting to Jared Gillett, who had his finger to his ear for a second. It is going to be an uncontested drop ball, which Middlesbrough will then be given just in front of the centre circle on the right-hand side. Hughes is off. He's got a head injury as the ball goes into the penalty area. It's headed away by Egan. It's a powerful and strong and brave header, picked up in midfield by Slater. Gelhardt sends it wide towards the right-hand side. He's tussling with Melander, who does brilliantly. So physical, Joe Gelhardt. Does cause problems for defenders despite his stature. He is a tigerish player, isn't he? He fits the mould of Hull City. Here he is backing into the defender. Once again, gets it back to Slater. Ajayi forward into McBurney. Better football this by Hull. He lends it out towards Coyle and then runs into the middle of the box because he knows that Hirakawa might find him here. Hirakawa down the left-hand side. Ball into the near post. Comes to McBurney! Off the goalkeeper and in! He rips his shirt off and runs away in celebration. Ollie McBurney may just have sent Hull to the Premier League. A wonderful run down the left-hand side. He started that move. Hirakawa sent it into the near post. The goalkeeper spilt it. McBurney picked up the pieces and rifled it home. And in a game played under the shadow of Spygate, it's a goal that everyone should have seen coming. Ollie McBurney gets 19 for the season and Hull lead in stoppage time.
Well, he may be big, he may be brash at times, but he knows where the goal is, and he just made his way into the area. Brilliant ball across by Hirakawa. So difficult for Bryn to deal with. And who was there sniffing, waiting, gambling where it would drop? Ollie McBurney. What a massive goal for him and for Hull City.
It could be a goal that's worth £220 million. Good job they picked him up on a free transfer.
Absolutely. I mean, he's done so well down the side here. When he gets the cross in and the goal, you've got to feel for him because he pours it and then he just sweeps it into the net, McBurney. I mean, he's lapping it up. His character coming through now. His shirt's still off, I think. He's still showing all his tattoos.
Yeah, that's why he's been booked.
Yeah.
First player of the game, actually, to be booked. And it's for the celebration. But I tell you what, I don't think he cares too much right now, Alan.
Absolutely not. You know, that just sums the game up, didn't it? You know, Middlesbrough probed and Hackney made a few moments. You know, I kept saying to you about this whole team. They've got that ability on the break to find a moment, and they found the moment, and it looks like it's going to be enough. But I can't help but feel for the goalie. 94 minutes to make that error. That's a real tough one to take.
Loads of changes. Talksport's Alex Crook on the touchline.
Sarmiento on for Brown for Middlesbrough. Ibe is on for Matt Targett. Double change for Hull as well. And two veteran players, two players who've been there, seen it all. Paddy McNair against his old club, and John Lunsham finally will get his moment. Haven't seen yet who's going off, but this has been the story, isn't it, of Hull City's season, signing those wily old campaigners. One of them has just scored the goal to take them surely into the promised land. Two more now are coming on just to see those Tigers over the winning line. Regan Slater is one player who is going off, but I've got to say, Sam, it was pure delirium on the Hull bench when that shot from McBurney fired into the far corner. Probably the coolest man down here was Sergei Yakirovich, the little-known manager when he came in at the start of the season, who's made this dream possible. Louis Coyle, the captain, I think he's going to be the second player replaced. He's taking his time, getting a massive ovation from those travelling Hull fans. There's a sea of amber and black all around me, and I guess if you're a Tuna Licali, the Hull City owner, he will be telling us, I'm sure, if we can speak to him after the game, justice has been done in this playoff final.
Yeah, forget the High Court. If it stays like this, Hull will be going up because of pure sport and pure sporting drama. We're into the 8th minute of added time. It is worth remembering that Hull haven't conceded in the playoff campaign so far. 2 games against Millwall, 98 minutes against Middlesbrough, but they have shipped leads late in the regular season, and they will remember that. That's why they've got to try and close this game out. They've made a raft of substitutions, Middlesbrough, as we go into the final few seconds. It's all about Hull keeping their heads now, isn't it?
Of course, keeping that defensive structure, doing your jobs, not switching off. There's still quite a bit of time left, I think, in this added time because of the goal.
Paddy McNair has gone up front. He's playing on the right-hand side. Dal Fry has gone flooding towards the edge of the penalty area. McNair is just trying to whip up the crowd. Egan's trying to whip up the crowd over on the far side to get everybody behind them. They want to get over the line here. Middlesbrough have not won in their last 7 playoff games before today, and they're going to lose again at Wembley. And after flooding down in the last few moments of the week because they were given a reprieve, they're going to find themselves out in their ear again.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be the only team that lost in the semi-final and the final.
That's true. Ball thrown down the left side. It's flicked on by McBurney. Up towards Hirakawa. It goes out of play over on the far touchline. Achuni Licali is sitting in the royal box. He's unmoved at the moment because he knows his team are just seconds away from getting back to the Premier League. Hull have reached the Championship playoff final. The data said that they should have been relegated to League One. Now they're minutes away from going to the Premier League. Ball back by Ayling, all the way to his goalkeeper. Solbring trying to force extra time. Takes it right out towards the halfway line. He's going to launch it forward. It's clipped out towards the near side. Semi Ajayi goes up with Dal Fry. Both of them miss it. Hansen for Middlesbrough picks it up left side of the area. Ajayi comes across. The ball's worked into Morris. It's back to Hansen left side for Middlesbrough. He cuts in. Gives it back to Morris. Morris down the left. It's whipped in towards the near post. It's headed away. It's dropping inside the whole half of the field. Lundstrom uses his strength but can't get hold of the ball. 99 minutes have done now. It's 100 minutes on the clock. On the big jumbotron above the Hull fans. Ayling sends it forward once again. Hull City on the verge here. And it's a free kick on the edge of the penalty area for an offside flag up, and you do not want to be straying offside at this stage of the game.
You can't do that. You have to keep things and the momentum with you. You can't just gift them an offside. Dale Fry not looking across the line, not getting back onside. It's those tiny details that could possibly give you a chance at the end of the game.
101 minutes have been played. We've played 11 minutes of added time. We were supposed to play 8 of them, but because of the injuries to Charlie Hughes and the goal, it's going to take a little bit longer. Jared Gillett allows this free kick to be taken. It's headed on by McBurney. It's sent forward down the Hull City left. It's cleared away. Ajayi brings it down. Across comes Sarmiento, trying to ruffle a few feathers. The ball lands at the feet of Morris. A free kick is given and Middlesbrough have the chance to get it forward again. Everybody's sent upfield. Even the goalkeeper is coming up now, Sol Bryn. He comes racing towards the penalty area at the other end. And Callum Britton is going to deliver the ball high towards the edge of the penalty area. Hull City 1, Middlesbrough 0 in stoppage time at the end of the playoff final. It's towards Del Fry at the back post, but it's overhit and it will go out for a goal kick. Sol Bryn's got to run to the other end of the field. McBurney starts to celebrate in front of the supporters away to our left-hand side. He'll hope that's not premature. The goalkeeper takes a drink from his bottle. They're eking out every second here. They know that the Tigers are just seconds away from elevation back to the Premier League. 2017, the last time they played top-flight football. It was a very different scenario then. Marco Silva was the manager, Michael Dawson was the captain, but they're going back there under the guidance of Sergei Yakirovic, who's standing inside the technical area now. He can't stand the tension any longer. Michael Salisbury tells him to get back into his box. It's cleared away by Ivor Pandor. The referee adjusts his whistle. He hasn't blown it yet, despite the Hull fans thinking that he was about to. He just put his hand up to his microphone actually to adjust that, and they started to celebrate a little bit early. The ball thrown in by Morris. It goes up towards Fry. It's picked up by John Egan, who knows what it's like to be promoted to the Premier League. He's about to get a third. He's whipped it out of play. It's a throw-in on halfway. There's two balls about to come onto the pitch, and the referee is just making sure that it's the right one. Eventually it does come into Ayling. He's on the halfway line. Middlesbrough throwing everything at it, sending the ball towards the edge of the area. Another strong header away. Gelhardt chases after it. Morris cuts across his body, wants a free kick. The referee says play on because Middlesbrough have the ball. It's hoisted out of play by Malander. What a waste. But it was good pressure from Lundstrom that forced him into that, Alan Pardew.
They've done brilliant, Hull. You know, when you get to this moment, you need your defenders to win the headers, win second balls, get rid of it, and hope that they're going to make an error, and they have. They've kicked it straight out of play. This has got to be it now, surely.
Yeah, Borough chasing a goal that would give them a chance of completing a comeback of all comebacks, but it looks as if finally their luck is going to run out, and it's going to be Hull who get promoted to the Premier League. The clock is their enemy now. 104 minutes have been played in this playoff final. It's a poor kick out by the goalkeeper, and Crooks has it for Hull City. Down the right is Hirakawa. He's got Gelhardt waiting in the centre. It's pulled back to Crooks. It's stopped by the defender Ayling, and they just about survive. They want the whistle. It's still not coming. Del Fry heads it on. It goes back into the arms of Ivor Pandor, and finally, that's it. The Tigers are back in the big time. They stream onto the pitch from the bench to celebrate their success because Hull City are promoted to the Premier League. They've made history. 3 playoff campaigns, 3 promotions, something no club has ever done. And Ollie McBurney is the hero of the day. Achun Ilakali, the charismatic owner of Hull City, is in tears. He can't believe it. Hull City can't either. The stats suggested they would fall, but instead they rise to the Premier League with a victory at Wembley. And with Spygate threatening to derail the playoffs, there will be some relief that the team that earned its place here gets the loot. 9 years of waiting, Hull are back. Hull 1, Middlesbrough 0.
Well, Sol Bryn, the Borough keeper, was on the floor straight away, his shirt over his face. He's Borough born, he's a Borough fan, and from a family of Borough fans as well. And he palmed it out. He was the assist maker for Ollie McBurney's win, and he still can't believe it. He's got his hands on his knees, he's staring at the ground. One by one, teammates are going over to him to console him, but he's going to feel that so deeply. Sol Bryn, the Middlesbrough keeper. And it's like Middlesbrough have been teased and tricked, beaten, heading for holidays. Oh, go on, have another chance, beaten again. And heading for another season in the Championship. Remember, they spent more days in the top 2 than any other team this season, even Coventry, and they haven't made it. They even, for this final, had the talismanic Hayden Hackney back well, it should have been a 20-minute cameo. He came on 70. Turned out to be about 35 minutes with all the time that was added on. I've got to say, he won't be in the Championship next season. Hayden Hackney's going to be in the Premier League. And then there's the story of Ollie McBurney, not picked by Steve Clarke. He rings up Steve Clarke, says, why haven't I been picked? Steve Clarke tells him, Shay Adams, Lyndon Dykes, I think they're better than you. And then another Scotland striker, Boris Tommy Conway, pulls out. Steve Clarke calls up Ross Stewart. Ollie McBurney probably could not believe it at that point. And he's come to Wembley and he's scored the winner to take Hull into the Premier League. And remember, he was the one who scored the 2 goals on the final day that meant that Hull City scraped in to 6th place in the playoffs. And the Tigers have gone and done it. And my sympathies to all the lawyers who wanted to act on behalf of Hull City. Have they lost this today? They will be devastated. I'm delighted they're devastated. Alan Pardew, you won it from 6 with West Ham. Hull City have won it from 6. This is a playoff campaign in the Championship like no other, given everything that's gone on. But Hull City, I think, on the day, the stats might tell a different story, but the way they approach the game, a deliberate approach to the game, to not have the ball and maybe even give Middlesbrough more territory. It worked for Hull City in the end. They've been promoted.
I mean, you know, you're talking about a very, very simplistic style of football, almost prehistoric, the way they play. But they did the job. I have to say, some special mentions. Egan, Jay, Hughes, Crooks in midfield. They won everything. They won every battle. They was there for the blocks. The defensive side of their game was outstanding today. They didn't really offer much offensively. A couple of moments. Those expected goal ratios that Sam was going on about probably seen through today. So many kind of moments that Middlesbrough had, but without actually creating anything. And what they did, they just wasted. And then that one big chance, 2 or 3 big chances. I have to say also that Hirakawa, the sub, made a difference down that left-hand side. He hit a crossing earlier that almost created a goal. And then when he put it in, I feel so bad for Solgren, the goalkeeper of Middlesbrough. Such a blow because he's come out and poured at it. And of course, there he is. You know, this charismatic figure who you've just rightly highlighted in Scotland. Ollie sweeps it home, shirt off, tattoos everywhere like a Viking running to the Middlesbrough corner of all places. So, but it was an ending that kind of summed up the game, didn't it, Dino? You know, that was the game. That was the game that they planned, Hull.
They backed themselves. Sergei Yakarovich backed the way Hull played. They backed the fact that Middlesbrough wouldn't have enough in forward areas, and they were right. They had lots of possession, but never really looked like scoring a goal. And then backed the fact that their forward line has got a goal in them. And Alan's right. Hirakawa came on, that bit of energy, that little bit of pace. Now, I like to look more at maybe the forward play. People can say the goalkeeper's mistaken. I'm sure he'll look at himself. I'm sure people will criticise and say, well, he should have held on to it. But it happens because Hirakawa gets down the side and he flashes it across with pace and he makes the goalkeeper make a decision to try and get hold of it. He can't, and then you want your forward players to be alive, and his experience, his know-how, his anticipation, McBurney was spot on for that big goal.
And he didn't slash it, did he? He actually side-foots it. You know, in that moment, at 94 minutes, you'd expect the striker to smash it home. But he kept his control, side-footed it into the net, and then did his celebration.
Yeah, he did. Alan, how is Steve Clarke feeling right now?
Well, of course, it underlines an issue that he was hoping would go away. But he's just put, you know, a great big line underneath his name, say, you know, look, come on. But he'll probably go to Ocean Beach instead in IB for another good time. So he'll be all right.
He must be feeling a little bit of pressure, though, surely. I mean, Ollie McBurney scored the goals to get him into the playoffs and now scored the goals to get him into the Premier League.
Well, for me, it's a ridiculous decision to not take him. The form that he's been in, the experience that he's got, the way he's played, and the fact that he's delivered in a final in the utmost pressure, which the World Cup will be. I'd like to hope that
Steve Clark's thinking that he'd made a mistake, because I personally feel like he has. We don't know the reasons, but for me it's not footballing reasons. That's what I would hazard a guess at, because it seems bizarre that Ollie McBurney won't go compared to the strikers that are going.
Yeah, it feels like Scotland lack goals, and they've got somebody who doesn't just bring goals, he brings crucial goals and pressure moments, and it feels like he's a really good teammate as well. Love the celebrations of Matt Crooks, and Alan rightly pointed out what a combative midfielder he is. Never played in the Premier League, Matt Crooks. This is going to be his big opportunity, but Alan, they're going to have to do some surgery on that squad. They're going to have to improve that squad if they want to have a chance. We've seen what Sunderland and Leeds have done. Sunderland from winning the playoff final last season and are on the verge of being in Europe next season. So Hull City have got a bit of work to do. Sunderland, it was all about recruitment.
Yeah, but that's great work. You don't mind that as a club, to know that you've got to go and find 5 or 6 players. I mean, defensively they look sound. I thought the goalie was a bit shaky today, but he didn't really get troubled. They just lack offensive quality, really. They're going to have to address that. And Sunderland was the blueprint. 51 points they've got, Sunderland already, through going in the market and getting energy. They've got energy and power. Now, Hull have good, decent power in their team, but they need energy and they need quality. And that can be found. They've got time. It's a great problem to have, and they'll love to have it. Middlesbrough, I feel for them. I think they've got a great style of football. It's a shame that, Hayden Hackney was injured for the whole of this game, because he did make a difference. He almost looked like he'd come up with a moment, actually, to change the game. Unfortunately, it looks like now they've not made it. He will go. He might even go to Hull.
I was going to say,
that would be
it'd be a great signing for Hull City.
Yeah.
Exactly what they need. But how good was he? Just quickly on Hayden Hackney. I mean, it was a joy to watch for the short amount of time he was on the pitch. And as you said, you can see why he's player of the season.
Yeah, and that's not him at 100%. I think he's probably rushed himself back to try and be part of the final. They've given him 20 or so minutes, hoping he could change things. He was the best player on the pitch for the time that he was on, and I mean quite high above anybody else. He showed his qualities. Obviously couldn't quite create a moment for Middlesbrough, and he'll be highly sought after, that's for sure.
Yeah, make no mistake, it was a brilliant performance on the half turn between the lines. Hayden Hackney creating and just couldn't provide that little bit of magic. Let's go down to Talksport's chief football correspondent pitch side, Alex Crook.
Well, maybe that Hayden Hackney shout isn't as fanciful as you think, because when Sam and I had Tuna Likali, the Hull owner, on a Friday show a couple of weeks ago, he said if we get into the Premier League, you wait and see what I've got planned. So I think he'll have ambitions, Tuna Likali, not just make up the numbers, maybe to do what Sunderland have done this season and flirt with the European places. The Hull players just walking past me, ready to come up and collect their winner's medal. There was a lovely moment. Dean Holden, the Hull assistant manager, someone that a lot of us at Talksport have got to know really well in the last few years. He went up to his family, sat a few rows behind the dugout, 2 of his young sons, both in tears. Anybody who knows Dean Holden and his wife Danielle know they've been through a lot in their personal life. So moments like this mean an awful lot to the Holden family.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, Dean is just a good human being, and good days like this belong to good human beings. So let's hope Dean Holden enjoys every single moment of it. The Hull City players look like they are the Borough enders, emptied out pretty quick, and they'll be reflecting on the season where Automatic slipped away, and not 1 but 2 chances at the playoffs slipped away. They definitely need Dean Ashton to sign a goal scorer, don't they?
Yes, they do, because so much of their play I've been so impressed with throughout the season. I think they've got a manager that's capable of putting a team together to get promoted. I actually still felt, when I looked at the squad throughout the season, that it would have been an overachievement to get promoted. I do. I think they are lacking quite a bit of quality in certain areas, particularly in that forward area. But the style got them through so many games, I felt, but ultimately found wanting in the big moments, and that, I think, just is a
a big thing for the ownership to look at and go, right, can we get the recruitment right with this manager, put this behind us, and really have another push next season? Because I think they can with the players and the style and the manager. Well, the stage is set on the pitch for the celebrations when the Hull City players, who are slowly making their way up the steps here at Wembley, when they make their way back down with the trophy and their medals. See Tommy Conway on the pitch. He's on crutches. The Middlesbrough striker who was injured in the defeat at Southampton in the second leg. He's out of the World Cup with Scotland because of this injury, and I'm not sure he could have had a more devastatingly disappointing end to a season. And so there's never been a worse end to the season than the end that Tommy Conway has had. We wish him all the best with his recovery. And hopefully we'll get a word with Ashton, the Hull City owner. What a week he's had. He entertained Gabi Agbonlahor in his speedboat in Istanbul, has Gabi Agbonlahor on the back of his motorbike in Istanbul, and now he's at Wembley winning and getting into the Premier League. Absolutely stunning. There's a book in there somewhere, there's even a film in there. That has got to be part of the film about this playoff Spygate thing, hasn't it? The Hull owner with Gabi Agbonlahor. Gabi can even play himself. Hull City players are up right by where we're commentating from, and boy do they look happy, and any wonder they look happy. They've had a brilliant season, expected to go down, and here they are going up to the Premier League, led by their skipper Louis Coyle, Hull born and bred, very popular, got promotion with them from League One as well. They're all slapping each other on the back, big cuddles for all of them as well. They will be Premier League next season, the Tigers. Hull City fans wait in their half, most of which is drenched in solid sunshine. And let's remember just how hot it was here today, how difficult it was to play the game, and bearing all that in mind, I think that they put on a little bit of a show for us today. Hull City about to go up the steps then, right alongside us, above onto the balcony to collect the playoff winners' trophy. Here's your commentator, Sam Matterface.
And Louis Coyle stood next to us just to compose his thoughts before walking up the final set of steps. There's 107 to walk up here at Wembley now, and he had a moment to himself, almost in tears, as he prepares to take his boyhood club up the steps, collect the trophy, which signifies the fact that they're going back to the Premier League. His first at 30 years of age. It's the stuff we all dream as a kid, he said. My hometown club. His dad passed away 4 years ago. His brother is a former Commonwealth title-winning boxer. His brother is a PGA golf coach. His brother Rocco is on the books at Hull City, and he's about to grab that championship playoff trophy now. This time last year, Ollie McBurney was on the beach, literally on the beach, playing in the Canary Islands, but 25 goal involvements for Hull City certainly signifies a return to the big time, no doubt about it. They've gone from surviving in the championship to getting promoted to the Premier League, and as their manager Sergei Yakirovich cuddles up to his owner, who told us live on Talksport, no matter what happens this season, he will be the manager next season, because he believes in him, he believes in the style of football that he plays, and he believes that great things can come. Well, a great thing has happened to Hull City today. This time last year, a couple of goals away from dropping into League One. But Louis Coyle has just been handed the Championship playoff trophy, and now they can celebrate a return to the Premier League. A remarkable story in a season of remarkable stories ends with Hull City lifting the Championship playoff final trophy high into the air. There is amber, black and silver ticker tape flooding the Wembley sky. The party starts for the Hull City players. It's a party that will go on into the wee hours in the East Ridings of Yorkshire, and I bet that in the team hotel, Ashton, the Hull owner, will be leading it if he can get the trophy off Ollie McBurney. It's been a fantastic day for Ollie McBurney, who now just grabs hold of the trophy and rifles it up into the sky. He knows he's the star of this show, but Hull are back in the Premier League for the first time in 9 years.
And yet again it's a 1-goal deficit in the Championship playoff final. Ollie McBurney certainly milking it, and why not? Sergei Yakirovich now takes over. He lifts the trophy, and just behind him the owner Achin Ilikali. His actual celebrations are fairly muted. He's letting the players and the manager take centre stage right now, but Ollie McBurney, you've just got to hand it to him. And a little story about Ollie McBurney: when he was available on a free and Ruben Sellers was manager of Sheffield United at the start of the season, Sellers was asked, do you want Ollie McBurney? Sellers said no. A couple of months later, Sellers lost his job. Chris Wilder came in. He loved Ollie McBurney. He actually revealed that story, Chris Wilder, and said that had it been him, he would have taken him. And now look what's happened. Ollie McBurney has taken Hull City into the Premier League. And what he can do, Dean Ashton, listen, we could talk about Steve Clarke and the decisions and not going to the World Cup with Scotland. Ollie McBurney can look himself in the mirror when he's on holiday, wherever he goes on holiday this summer, as he prepares for a Premier League campaign next season, and say, well, I did everything I could.
Yes, and I think he'll have the backing of quite a lot of the Scottish supporters because of what he's done for Hull. Look, I think a lot of certainly ownerships and recruitment teams, I think they slept on Ollie McBurney. You know, he's only 29. He's not like he's at the back end of his career. Yes, he went out to Las Palmas, and maybe people saw that as he was, I don't know, winding down or didn't want to continue in England in that way. But he's come back, he's gone to Hull, and he's showing everyone. And sometimes as well, players, as they gain a bit more experience and really understand their position, and he hasn't got the pace, so it's about the understanding of his position, the way he plays, getting the most, being more efficient in the way that you play as well, and that's what he's done all season. It's not just been a few games here and there, he's done it all season.
I just want to add something about him, which I think is a really good message to any young player. When you actually look at his career, he's had such a journeyman career. There's no real highlights, all through his career, but he's dug in. As Dino said, he's improved his game. You can improve your technique every year, get better, and suddenly, I wouldn't say this is a swan song for him, because you say he's only 29, but you can have this moment, never give in, never think you're out of it. Managers make decisions, I've made them, and left players out of teams, and they've come back later in their careers and they look at me and say, Pards, why didn't you give me a chance? I'm like, well, it just wasn't our time at that time. But your time come because you earned that right. And fair play to him, he's earned that right for that chance and that goal, and he's the star, and that cup tonight will be like a medallion around his neck. I mean, he's that big. So, well play to him. But I still want to wave the flag for the whole defenders today. What a great job they did.
Yeah, they did. There's some experience in there as well, and I think that's pretty crucial. John Egan in there, that's an experienced defender you're talking about, somebody who's been there, done it, has got that know-how, Alan. I mean, it feels like a bit of a no-brainer signing, but when you're putting a side together that will need to defend for long periods, those are exactly the kind of guys you need.
Yeah, and I want to also highlight Ajay, right? You look at him, if I looked at him and I was scouting him, I'd say, wow, he looks cumbersome, he looks awkward, he doesn't look particularly comfortable with the ball, but he does defend in like for his life. Brilliant.
Well, the Hull City players making their way down the steps. We're going to go down pitch side to Alex Crook, who has got Dean Holden with him. Alex.
I have indeed. I just spotted him, Adrian, out of the corner of my eye, just looking like a proud dad on the halfway line at Wembley, watching his players go up and collect their medals. Dean, I can see what this means to you. You're quite emotional at the moment. What does it mean?
Just surreal. Crook is completely surreal. It's just, last time I was here, I was on crutches. Broke my leg 4 days before the semi-final, so to come back and now be part of this team, not any team, but this team, it's the most incredible feeling, completely surreal. And nobody gave us a chance at the start of the year, and I look round now and I see the 30-odd thousand in here, see just as many in the box up there with Ashton and all his Turkish lot. And these players have been incredible all season, and stylistically the game is exactly like the two league games. We expected them to have possession. We knew we'd get a moment.
And when you got that moment, was there anybody better for it to fall to than Ollie McBurney?
He's proved again all season. He's turned up in big moments for us. Cool as a cucumber. Hirikawa, come on, give us some good energy. Balumi's been struggling a bit with some hamstrings, as has Liam Miller, so the subs made a real impact today.
And in terms of, you mentioned there, you've been written off time and again. All the build-up in this playoff final was about, would Southampton be thrown out? Would Middlesbrough be let back in? Everybody almost forgot about Hull City. Did you use that to create a bit of a siege mentality? Because it feels like you'll be telling me justice has been done.
You know what? I'll leave them words to you. But for us, we've been written off all season. We didn't. You know what? We've not talked about it that much. We didn't need to make it as part of our siege mentality. We knew that we had a team that throughout the season have used the big moments and took them consistently. And people talk about XG and the way the season's panned out for us, but we've got big players who turn up in big moments, and that's from the bench throughout the season again. So what's gone on? Listen, the EFL were put in an almost impossible position. Let's have it right. There was only one. There was only us and Middlesbrough who were fighting out to see who we were going to play. But up until Tuesday night, we were thinking it was going to be obviously Southampton, and I don't want to get involved and talk about who's done what, because I still don't really know, because all our time and all our effort, not had much sleep this week, as you'd imagine, because you're preparing for one team and then all of a sudden you've got to flip it. The key thing for that is the players can't sniff that we're panicking or we're not prepared. It's a little bit like the analogy on an aeroplane. If you get a bit of turbulence, I'm not great on planes. If the air stewardess straps herself in and leaves the drinks trolley, I'm panicking. So we had to stand up as a leadership team.
You've got to go and celebrate. Just finally, how good's this party going to be tonight?
Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm back here tomorrow for Bolton, the old team. Good luck to Bolton tomorrow.
There you go, Dean Holden, Hull assistant manager, joining us live on Talksport.
Now, the only reason Alex Crook is after him about the party is because he's going to the Hull City party as well. I said, well, even if they lose, and yes, apparently they were going to have a big party even in defeat. The players have made their way past our commentary box, down the steps at Wembley. They're on the pitch. Dean Holden is running over to join that party, and they're all in front of that giant replica with their own playoff trophy, and the champagne is being sprayed. They are dancing on the pitch. The crutches go flying, and Hull City go heading into the Premier League. Silver streamers everywhere, pyro flying into the air. And the Tigers, they are there. And actually, in the middle of that interview, you may well have heard Dean Holden talk about, people go on about XG. Hull's XG was higher than Middlesbrough's this afternoon. Only just, but higher than Middlesbrough's. Dean Ashton, what have Hull City got to do between now and August?
Well, they've got to, I think, earmark the areas of the pitch that they can really add quality and physicality. I talk a lot about the big difference between the Championship and the Premier League. And yes, of course, there's amazing quality in the Premier League, but it's actually the physical side that shocked me when I went up to the Premier League. So you have to have players that are going to be able to cope with the intensity and the athleticism that they're going to face week in, week out in the Premier League. And look, there's the experience in there. There's players that have played in the Premier League already in that whole squad. I think you've got to try and keep as many of those as you can to help guide the other players and some new players. But I think there's a very, very decent mentality within the club and the group that we've already seen throughout the season.
I mean, the finance, kind of makes decisions for you. You're suddenly in a completely different realm in signing players. So players that you might have been thinking about targeting for next year in the Championship are long forgotten, and you go to the A-list and you start feeding off the big clubs who's not perhaps getting starts for them. I mean, this is a great opportunity for Hull. I mean, it's a club that's perched out there on the edge of the country, and I remember flying in there once. It's the most difficult airport to get into. We come in there sideways about 3 times. It's a tough place to go, and they've deserved it today. And they deserved it because even before the game, I said it before the game, I thought they had the advantage because they had been settled. They had a settled week. They'd trained all week. They'd worked on their defensive work so well that they didn't offer Middlesbrough any hope, really. I can't think of a moment when Middlesbrough really carved them open, other than Hayden when he come on a couple of lovely little moments which were very, very clever. So fair play to all the team that we see there. It's not just about the starting 11, it's the staff, it's the masseurs, it's the whole thing. This is why football clubs are great, because there's a real family when you win. Everybody loves each other. all the hard feelings are put to one side and you can have a party. And that doesn't happen often in football, so good luck to them tonight.
Alan Pardew, Dean Ashton, Sam Matterface, thank you very much. Tomorrow on Breakfast, it's Celtic glory hunter Shabana Hearn and former Celtic striker Tony Cascarino. They're going to be having a big Celtic loving party as Martin O'Neill's Celtic completed the double beating Dunfermline in the Scottish Cup final 3-1. Neil Lennon's Dunfermline. They were competitive in the game actually, but Celtic just too good. So if you don't like Celtic, don't bother listening. Charlton will be in the WSL next season. They beat Leicester on penalties in the relegation playoff for the Valley. And here at Wembley, live on Talksport, I think Middlesbrough have finally got the message. They'll be in the Championship next season. All the fans heading back north and over the Humber Bridge, celebrating the high of the Tigers. Hull City heading to the Premier League. The winner from Ollie McBurney, who isn't, heading to the World Cup. Steve Clark, how you feeling? The game day phone in with Sam Ellard and Adebayo Akinfenwa is coming next. 03717 223344.
EFL Live on Talksport with McDonald's. Got Big McDonald's hunger? The Big Arch is here to stay. Available from 11 a.m. subject to availability, price and participation may vary.